And so it begins. Evening had almost finished gathering in the forest, and the road seemed to know it before Snow White did. The last of the gray light rested among the pine branches, soft and thin, while frost silvered the narrow track underfoot. Snow White stood where the road began to fade into roots and needles, her breath pale in the cold air, one hand resting over the folded letter in her coat pocket. Behind her lay miles she had no strength to count. Ahead, somewhere beyond the trees, wood smoke promised that the forest had not kept every door for itself. If there was shelter waiting there, it had not yet decided whether to be kind. For a while, she did nothing but stand there. The cold had settled first in her fingers, as if it had entered through the seams of her gloves and chosen the bones there for shelter. Only later had it climbed to her wrists, her throat, the soft place beneath her ears. Her breath came out in small white clouds and vanished before it reached the branches. Beneath her boots, pine needles snapped with a brittle, papery sound, stiffened by frost and old snow. She put one hand into the pocket of her traveling coat and found the letter by touch. The paper had gone soft at the folds from too much handling. Her aunt's careful directions were still there. Turn at the split birch. Keep the stream to your left. Do not leave the road when the pines begin to crowd. But her eyes passed over them now without taking in the words. She knew them already. She had known them for miles. She folded the letter again, not neatly, and pressed it back into her pocket. Her hand remained there a moment longer than necessary, closed around empty wool. The smell reached her before the cottage did. Wood smoke, faint at first, then warmer, threaded through the resin of the pines. It did not belong to the road or the forest. It belonged to walls, to a hearth, to human hands splitting kindling and banking embers against the night. Snow White lifted her head. Between two black trunks, low ahead, something glowed. The cottage sat tucked into the trees, as if the forest had grown around it and decided, grudgingly, to let it remain. Its roof sagged under a crust of frost. A crooked path led from the road's end to the door. Along one side, joined to the house by a narrow passage, the glass house shone with a dim orange light, blurred and uneven behind warped panes. Snow White stood among the trees and watched the glow breathe against the darkening air. Behind the glass, a shape moved, broad through the shoulders, bent briefly over something she could not see, then gone again into steam and shadow. The light caught on a hanging tool, on a curve of glass, on the suggestion of shelves. Then the pain clouded over, and the figure became only movement. She had not yet decided to go closer. That was the trouble with arrivals. From a distance, they could still be mistaken for choices. She looked down at herself, at the thin coat drawn tight over her ribs, at the hem darkened by thawing frost, at the boots that had begun to ache around her toes 2 hills back. Her hair, unpinned since morning, lay heavy against her shoulders. It had dried badly after the last wet stretch of road, and now held the cold as faithfully as cloth. She smoothed it once, more out of habit than hope, and let her hand fall. The path made its small answer beneath her feet. Crunch, pause, crunch. Every step toward the cottage seemed louder than it should have been. By the time she reached the frozen step, the light had nearly gone from the sky. The trees behind her were no longer separate trunks, but one deep wall. She stopped before the door. It was smaller than she had imagined from the letter. Thick oak, dark with age, fitted unevenly into the frame. Iron hinges blackened by weather. A latch worn bright where many hands had lifted it. Near one edge, where the boards did not quite meet, a thread of yellow light slipped through and trembled in the draught. Snow White raised her hand, then lowered it. She did not know what a knock would ask for. Shelter, certainly. Food, perhaps. A corner. A place by the fire. But houses had a way of asking back. They wanted gratitude, cheerfulness, usefulness. They wanted a guest to become an explanation. She stood with her hand half curled in the air and tried to gather from herself some suitable shape. Grateful, harmless, not too much trouble. She had not found it when her fingertips brushed the door. The wood was warm, not sun-warm, not the weak warmth of cloth held close to skin, but deep and steady. A heat that had passed through rooms and boards and iron. It surprised her so completely that she left her fingers resting there. On the other side, someone moved. A floorboard gave a tired creak. A voice, muffled by wood, said something she could not make out. Snow White drew back to knock at last. The door opened before her knuckles reached it. Warmth spilled out first. It came in a low rush, smelling of bread crust, onion, beeswax, smoke, and wool drying too close to the hearth. Behind it stood a stocky man with his sleeves rolled to the elbow, despite the cold. His collar held the faint, sweet scent of wax beneath the wood smoke. He looked at her only long enough to know she was there, then stepped back at once, making room. "You must be half frozen," he said, too quickly, as if silence itself might chill her further. Come in before the night follows you." She knew from the letter that this would be Bram. Snow White opened her mouth to answer. "Thank you," she meant to say. "I am sorry to arrive so late. I hope I have not troubled you." The sentences stood in a row inside her, obedient and thin, but none of them crossed her lips. She began. The warmth touched her face then, and she forgot the rest. It was not comfort, not yet. It was only temperature. The sting of blood returning to her cheeks, the sudden pain in her fingers, the damp wool of her coat loosening its grip on her shoulders. She stood on the threshold and let the change happen to her by degrees. Cold at her back, heat before her. One foot still on the frozen stone, and the other not yet lifted. Beyond Bram, the room waited in low amber light. She saw a table scarred by use, a hearth crowded with flame, a mantel clock stopped at an hour that could not have been accurate. Someone turned toward the door. Someone else paused halfway through wiping flour from his hands. In the far corner, a long shape of wood and strings caught the firelight and gleamed like something sleeping. Too many eyes, she thought, though no one had spoken sharply, and no one had moved to crowd her. Still, kindness could be another kind of brightness when one had been too long in the dark. Bram held the door wider. "That's it," he said, softer now. "Just inside." Snow White looked once over her shoulder. The road behind her had already disappeared into blue-gray trees. The letter in her pocket pressed lightly against her hip, its instructions fulfilled, and therefore useless. There was nowhere in the forest to return to that would be less strange than this open door. She crossed the threshold slowly, deliberately, as if any hurried movement might startle the house into changing its mind. For one suspended moment, no one asked her name. That mercy was so small she almost missed it. Bram did not reach for her coat at once, did not hurry her toward the fire, did not fill the room with introductions she would be expected to remember. He only stood beside the door, with one hand still on the latch, as if keeping the night shut required a little strength. Snow White lowered her gaze to the floorboards. They were uneven, scrubbed pale in the paths where many feet had crossed them. Darker near the walls, where dust and shadow had learned to stay. A pair of muddy boots sat beneath a bench. Someone had left a mitten near the hearthstone, turned inside out to dry. The ordinary disorder of it caught at her more sharply than grandeur would have done. These were not rooms arranged for being seen. They were rooms that had gone on living, whether she arrived or not. The thought steadied her and unsettled her in the same breath. She had become, over the past months, too aware of where she put her hands, how loudly she breathed, how much space a body could take up when there was no welcome prepared for it. Here, the house seemed already full of smoke, tools, chairs drawn close to heat, the quiet scrape of someone setting down a cup. And yet there was space enough for Bram to step aside without calculation. Her fingers had begun to hurt in earnest now. She curled them inside her gloves and felt the thaw arrive as pins of pain. It would have been easier somehow if the warmth had stayed gentle. Instead, it insisted on returning her to herself. Cheek, wrist, throat, lungs. She took one careful breath, then another. The air inside tasted of salt, ash, and something simmering in a pot. No need to stand like a culprit, Bram said, trying for lightness and not quite hiding the concern beneath it. You've come to the right door. Snow White looked up at that. The words were simple. Perhaps he had said them to travelers before, to tradesmen overtaken by weather, to neighbors with baskets and bad news. Still, they struck some guarded place in her and found it unprepared. "I'm sorry," she said, because apology was the only shape her voice could manage. "I didn't know how far." She stopped there. Distance was not the thing she meant, and yet it was the only part of the truth that could be spoken without breaking open the rest of it. The door closed behind her with a muted wooden sound. The cold remained outside, pressed against the seams, and the warmth gathered around her, not demanding, not yet forgiving, simply there. The first thing the room asked of her was not an answer, but a place to sit. Bram drew out a bench from the long table with a scrape that went through the quiet cleanly. The sound was plain and wooden, nothing like the latch, nothing like the door shutting out the night. It belonged to the inside of things. Snow White stood beside it a moment before lowering herself down, careful with her coat, careful with her hands, careful not to knock her knees against the table legs. The bench was warm where someone had lately been sitting. The room held its heat unevenly. Near the hearth, it pressed close and red, loosening wool and bringing a shine to foreheads. By the windows, it thinned at once, letting the cold gather in the corners and along the floor. Snow White could feel the difference along her body, one cheek turning warm, one shoulder still carrying the load. The air smelled of wood smoke and simmering roots, of onion gone sweet in fat, of damp coats steaming on pegs near the door. On a shelf beside the glasshouse passage, shards of blown glass had been set to dry on a strip of linen. Candlelight caught in them and broke into amber fragments. A rim, a lip, a sliver curved like ice. Whenever the fire shifted, the pieces answered with a faint glimmer, as if some quieter heat lived inside them. Above the hearth, the mantel clock watched the room without ticking. Its hands had stopped at 20 minutes past 6, or perhaps at a quarter to something. Snow White could not tell from where she sat. The silence beneath it was oddly loud. A man with flour on his forearms moved from the hearth to the table, carrying a bowl in both hands. He was round-shouldered and solid, his expression occupied by the practical business of not spilling stew. He did not ask if she was hungry. He did not wait for permission. He set the bowl in front of her, placed a spoon beside it, gave one short nod, and turned back to the pot. "Elric," Bram said, as if the bowl had introduced him well enough. Elric heard his name, or pretended not to. He wiped his hands on the same cloth twice, unnecessarily, then lifted the lid from the iron pot and stirred what remained. Steam rose thick and fragrant. Carrots, turnips, onion, barley. Food that had no elegance and no apology. Snow White wrapped both hands around the bowl before she thought to pick up the spoon. The heat passed into her palms. The others had resumed themselves, though not quite as they had been before she entered. A broad man near the hearth adjusted a split log with the iron poker, moving slowly enough that the flame had time to fold around the wood. His forearms were thick and marked with pale, silvery scars, and when he leaned close to the heat, the air around him carried the dry mineral scent of hot sand under smoke. "Aldrich," Bram added. Aldrich did not turn quickly. He glanced over his shoulder, not unkindly, not warmly either, and gave a short inclination of his head. It might have meant welcome. It might have meant that he had seen she was there and would not trouble her by making too much of it. The log settled. Sparks climbed and disappeared up the chimney. At the far side of the table, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses had one hand resting beside an open watch case, and the other halfway lifted, as though he had forgotten the next motion required of it. His fingers were long and precise. The nails darkened faintly with oil. He looked at Snow White, then at the mantel clock, then back at the watch, as if all three had become parts of the same problem. "Corwin," Bram said. "He'll mend anything that consents to being mended." "Most things do not consent," Corwin said, then paused. "That is imprecise. Most things fail according to a logic that can be discovered." His eyes had already drifted upward again, caught by the stopped clock on the mantel. Eventually, near the corner where the light weakened, a man sat with a rolled map across his knees. Ink had stained the cuffs of his shirt in narrow blue-black blooms. He did not lean forward when Bram named him, but his attention shifted in a way Snow White felt rather than saw. "Fenwick, if you lose your way between the pantry and the stair, he'll draw you a route and mark the drafts." Fenwick folded one long hand over the red string tying his map. "The pantry is 3 doors from the stair," he said, formal as a clerk giving testimony. "Unless one approaches from the glass-house passage, in which case it is 2 turns and a threshold." Bram smiled, not at him exactly, but around him. The man nearest the dim shape of the instrument in the corner lifted his head only slightly. His long gray hair was tied back at the nape of his neck, and his fingertips, resting on the table edge, were ridged with old calluses. Rosin dust softened the dark cloth at his sleeves. When Bram said, "Osric," the name seemed to settle rather than arrive. Osric gave Snow White a nod so small it might have been mistaken for breathing. Yet there was no indifference in it. He looked at her as one might look at a cracked instrument before touching it, not to judge the damage, but to hear what silence had gathered inside. Bram, who had been standing too close to useful work and too far from sitting down, finally made an embarrassed gesture toward himself. "And I'm Bram. Bees, mostly, though not at this hour." His glance went, without permission from his mouth, to an empty hive box near the wall. Its little wooden drawers were stacked open, cleaned and waiting. Not this season either, truth be told. Before Snow White could decide what answer belonged to that, a small clatter broke from the window. A young man, slight and red-cheeked from the cold that seemed to cling to him more honestly than the rest, had leaned too far around the curtain to see her. His elbow caught the handle of a trowel left on the windowsill. It dropped, struck the floorboards, point first, bounced once, and came to rest beneath the table. Everyone reacted in the manner of someone interrupted from his own weather. Fenwick flinched outright, one shoulder jerking as though a line on his map had snapped. Corwin blinked, and looked immediately to the mantel clock, which, of course, had not noticed. Elric turned with the ladle in hand, checked that no stew had been endangered, and turned back. Osric barely lifted his head. Aldrich set the poker in its stand without haste. The young man's face reddened further. "Sorry," he said, too quickly, then more softly. "Sorry, I only—" "Theodore," Bram said, with a kindness that made no rescue of it. "He keeps green things alive out of pure defiance." Theodore ducked to retrieve the trowel, vanishing beneath the table. Snow White saw soil dark beneath his fingernails when he came up again. He placed the tool back on the sill with exaggerated care, then folded his hands behind him, as if restraining them there. His eyes met hers only briefly, bright with shy excitement, before dropping to the bowl in front of her. "It's hot," he said, as though she might not know. "The stew, I mean. Elric makes it too hot at first." "It is food," Elric said from the hearth. "Food cools." That seemed to end the matter. Snow White lifted the spoon. The first mouthful burned her tongue faintly, but she was grateful for the pain because it gave her something simple to understand. Salt, turnip, onion. Barley softened almost to sweetness. She ate slowly, partly because the heat demanded it, and partly because haste felt rude in a room where no one was hurrying her. "You came by the North Road?" Fennec asked after a long while. Snow White swallowed. "I think so." Fenwick considered this, not displeased. "If you crossed the split birch after the second stream, then yes. If you crossed before it, then no." "Then yes," she said. Her voice sounded small against the rafters. Not weak, she hoped, only used sparingly. "From far?" Bram asked. She looked into the bowl. The surface of the stew trembled a little around her spoon. "Far enough." No one corrected the answer into a better one. That, more than the stew, nearly undid her. Elric came back with bread and set a piece near her bowl. Again, no question. Again, the nod. The bread had been cut thick, the crust dark enough to crack beneath her thumb. She wanted to say thank you properly this time, but when she looked toward him, he had already turned away, granting her the shelter of not being watched while receiving kindness. "How long will you stay?" Corwin asked. Bram looked at him. Corwin noticed a moment later and adjusted the question with visible care. "That is, how long should we prepare for the present arrangement to continue?" Snow White held the spoon above the bowl until a drop fell back into the stew. "I don't know." Aldrich shifted another piece of wood deeper into the coals. "Then we don't know either," he said. His voice was low, roughened by smoke or by choosing few words and keeping the rest. "That will do." The sentence settled across the room with the weight of a blanket. Snow White bent over her bowl again. She ate another spoonful, then another, each one requiring the small decision to continue. Around her, the house resumed its quiet movements. Elric replaced the pot lid. Bram sat at last, his knee brushing the bench leg. Corwin picked up a minute screw and lost it immediately against the dark table, then found it by touch. Fenwick smoothed the edge of his map without untying it. Theodore edged onto the very end of the opposite bench, as though sitting there had occurred to him by accident. "There's lavender in the glass house," he said. "Not much. It sulks in winter, but it hasn't died." Snow White looked toward the passage. Beyond it, the warped panes glowed more faintly now, the orange deepening to copper. "That's good," she said. It was not much of an answer, but Theodore received it as if she had praised the whole earth. After that, the room seemed to understand that speech had done enough for a while. At the hearth, Aldrich turned one of the logs with the poker and then rested both hands on the iron handle. He did not sit, though there was room for him. The fire kept part of his face bright and left the other half in shadow, so that he seemed made of two kinds of patience. Now and then his eyes moved from the flames to Snow White's bowl, not measuring how much she ate exactly, but making sure the bowl remained full enough to be useful. Osric had been quiet so long that his stillness had become part of the furniture. Now he reached for the instrument case beside him and laid one hand across the lid. He did not open it. His fingertips rested where strings would have been, had wood and air not stood between them. After a moment, he said, "Cold changes sound." Snow White turned toward him. His voice was soft enough that the room seemed to lean closer to hear it. Wood tightens, strings sharpen. A thing may sound unlike itself until it warms. He was looking at the case, not at her. That made it possible to answer. "Does it go back?" she asked. Osric's thumb moved once over the worn edge of the lid. Sometimes, if it is not forced. No one spoke after that for several breaths. The fire filled the space with small private collapses. A bit of bark curled inward and vanished. Somewhere in the wall, sap cracked in a log already burning. Snow White took another spoonful and found that her throat had tightened around it, though the food itself was soft. Bram shifted on the bench, restless with sympathy and trying not to spend it all at once. His hands were broad, the backs marked with fine scratches, and when he folded them around his cup, they made the cup look smaller than it was. "There's honey still," he said suddenly. "Not much, but enough for tea tomorrow, if you take tea." Snow White did not know whether she took tea. It seemed the sort of thing one ought to know about oneself. "Sometimes," she said. "Then sometimes there will be honey," Bram said, and looked relieved by the arithmetic of it. Elric made a sound from the hearth that might have been disapproval. "Honey is for throats that need it." "Mine might," Bram said. "Your throat needs less use, not honey." This time the smile did escape Bram, brief and sheepish. Theodore smiled too, then hid it by reaching for his own cup. Even Aldrich's mouth changed shape near the fire, though the room might have imagined it. Snow White watched the exchange with the cautious attention of someone seeing a mechanism work without understanding its parts. No one seemed wounded by Elric's bluntness. Bram did not retreat from it. Theodore was not afraid of being noticed laughing. The words moved around the table and found their places without breaking anything. It was, in its own way, as strange as shelter. She tried to imagine sitting at this table tomorrow, and the thought startled her so sharply that she lowered her spoon. Tomorrow had become a difficult country. It had borders she did not trust. Yet the room seemed built out of tomorrows already survived. The polished rung beneath the table, where boots had rested year after year. The scorch mark near Elric's place. The nick in the bench where someone had cut bread carelessly and been forgiven by repetition. Aldrich finally came to the table. He did not take the place at the head, though it stood empty. He sat along the side nearest the hearth, where he could still turn his head and see the fire. The bench gave a low complaint beneath his weight. Up close, the scars along his forearms were finer than Snow White had first thought. Not great wounds, but narrow, pale lines. Healed burns in the shape of accidents endured without drama. He reached for the bread, broke a piece, and set the larger half on the common board rather than his own plate. Only after that did he eat. The movement was so ordinary that it nearly escaped notice. But Snow White saw Bram see it, and saw Elric pretend not to. A house, she thought, could have rules no one spoke aloud. Perhaps the strongest things did. Corwin's clock hand, the loose one from the watch, rolled suddenly across the table. It made a bright little skittering sound and stopped against Snow White's bread. Corwin reached for it, stopped himself halfway, and looked genuinely stricken by the possibility that he had invaded her supper. Snow White picked up the tiny hand between finger and thumb. It was lighter than she expected, no more substantial than an eyelash made of brass. She held it out to him across the table. "Thank you," Corwin said. Then, after a pause in which he seemed to measure the phrase against the event, "It is the minute hand." "I didn't know," she said. "Few people do out of context." He tucked it carefully beside the watch case. Context is often mistaken for certainty. Fenwick made a small approving sound, as if this were also true of maps. Snow White ate the last of the bread softened in broth. Her stomach, which had felt hollow so long it had become part of her posture, began to ache with being answered. She set the spoon down for a moment and pressed one hand lightly against the bowl, grounding herself in its warmth. The meal drew itself to an end by degrees, without anyone announcing it. Bowls emptied. Spoons touched wood with soft, final sounds. The fire collapsed inward, one charred log breaking into itself and sending up a brief red scatter. Candlelight trembled along the glass shards, then stilled. Above the hearth, the clock remained faithfully silent, keeping no record of how long she had sat among them. Snow White rested the spoon in the empty bowl. Her hand looked pale against the dark glaze, the knuckles less white now, the tremor gone, or nearly gone. No one asked her to explain the road, or the letter, or the months that had made her so careful. No one told her she was safe. That would have been too large a word, too easily broken. Instead, Elric took her bowl when she was finished. Bram reached for the breadboard. Aldrich watched the fire. Corwin listened to the absence of ticking. Fenwick's thumb rested on the knot of red string. Osric's fingers lay still beside the table's edge. Theodore, at last, stopped trying not to look at her. In that held quiet, Snow White understood only this: the house had not yet asked anything of her. For tonight, perhaps, it would be enough simply to sit where she had been given room, with warmth uneven at her shoulders and the taste of roots still on her tongue, while 7 strangers kept their separate silences around the long table. They gave her a candle and did not follow her up. That, too, was a kind of kindness. Snow White carried the small flame cupped before her in both hands, though there was no draught strong enough to threaten it once she had left the main room. The house narrowed beyond the long table. Warmth thinned along the passage and gathered in pockets near the walls, where old plaster held the day's heat badly and the night's cold well. Behind her, voices lowered, then fell away, not ending so much as turning inward. The ladder stair to the loft rose beside the glasshouse passage, steep and narrow, its treads worn hollow at the center by years of careful feet. She paused at the bottom and looked up. The candle showed only the first few steps clearly. Above them, the loft waited in darkness, low-beamed and close to the roof. Somewhere beyond the wall, through timber and plaster and old seams, the glasshouse breathed out a faint remaining heat. She climbed slowly. Her boots found each tread with more sound than seemed necessary. Wood answering leather, leather answering wood. In the unfamiliar house, even her caution made noise. She was aware of the candle flame tilting when she moved too quickly, of the wall close to her shoulder, of the way her coat brushed the rail and whispered against it. Below, someone set down a cup. The small tap carried upward and vanished beneath the boards. At the top, she had to bend her head beneath a beam darkened by smoke long before this winter. The loft was not much of a room, and perhaps that was why she trusted it more readily than she had trusted the table. A narrow bed had been made beneath the slant of the roof. Beside it stood a crate turned on its side to serve as a shelf, and on that a chipped basin, a folded towel, and a stub of soap the color of milk. Someone had shaken out a rug near the bed. Someone had swept. Snow White remained standing with the candle in her hand until wax threatened to spill over her knuckle. Then she crossed the little room and set the flame on the crate. Its light widened against the washed wall, then trembled back into itself. Her shadow climbed the roof beam and bent there, too tall and thin to belong to anyone. She took the single bag from her shoulder and placed it on the floor beside the bed. It made almost no sound. A soft collapse of cloth, a buckle touching wood. She looked at it for a long moment. Everything she had brought with her could have been unpacked in less than a minute. One spare shift, a comb with 2 missing teeth, the letter, a handkerchief, a pair of stockings mended more neatly than they deserved. She did not kneel. She did not open the clasp. To unpack would have been a declaration the room had not asked for, and she was not ready to make. Instead, she unfastened only her coat. The wool resisted at the damp places, stiff where frost had dried into the hem and softened again near the hearth. When she eased it from her shoulders, the absence of its weight made her feel briefly less held together. She folded it once, badly, and laid it over the foot of the bed. Her gloves followed, then her boots, one by one, each lace needing more patience than her fingers wished to give. The floorboards were cold through her stockings. She sat on the edge of the bed and pressed her hands flat on either side of her. The mattress gave with a tired sigh. The sheets had been tucked in neatly, but they were cold when she slipped one hand beneath the blanket. Cold in the dry, stored way of linen that has not yet learned the shape of a body. The quilt, folded at the foot, was patched from old pieces of blue, brown, and a faded green that might once have been bright. It was slightly too thin. She pulled it higher anyway. For a while, she sat upright beneath it, not lying down, not quite staying awake. The meal had made her heavier. Warmth had entered her by degrees and settled somewhere behind her ribs, but it had not become strength. It was only the permission to stop. Her hands, no longer gloved, rested in her lap. In the candlelight, they looked unfamiliar, softer than she felt. The nails clean enough to mark her as someone who had not yet earned a place in a house of work. Below her, the glass house began again. At first, she mistook it for the house settling. A low intake of air, a pause, then the answering hush of bellows. But the pattern returned. Breath, hold, bellows. A small adjustment of metal. Again, breath. Again, bellows. Aldrich, working beneath the loft while the rest of the house softened toward sleep. The sounds were muffled by the floorboards, but distinct enough to gather meaning. A tool set down with a careful clink. The faint scrape of something turned. The almost inaudible note of heat being managed. Snow White lay back before she had decided to. The sheets received her coldly, then began, inch by inch, to warm beneath her. At her shoulders, the chill was sharp. Beneath her spine, it softened first. She drew one knee up, then the other, making herself smaller under the quilt without meaning to. The candle flame shifted when she moved, and shadows from the bed frame crossed the ceiling like dark reeds. The loft window faced the trees. Its panes were old glass, unevenly blown. Each one thickened in the corners and warped at the center, so that the moonlight entered not as white, but as fragments. Dull silver along the sill, pale streaks across the floor, a trembling square over the quilt near her hip. Frost had feathered the lower edges of the panes. Beyond them, pine branches moved softly in the wind. But through the imperfect glass, they did not look like branches. They were smudged shapes, dark strokes crossing and uncrossing against a clouded sky. She watched them until her eyes stopped trying to separate one needle from another. The world outside became a wash of gray and black. No road, no step, no figure moving between trunks. Only the blurred insistence of trees and the faint sheen of frozen glass. She had thought, while climbing, that she might cry once she was alone. The body sometimes saved such things for privacy, spending all day braced and then failing at the first closed door. But no tears came. For a moment, her breathing changed instead. It caught once, shallowly, not quite a sob, and not quite a sigh. Then again, lower this time. Her throat tightened without producing sound. She turned her face slightly toward the wall, though there was no one to see her, and no reason to hide. The quilt rasped faintly against her sleeve as she pulled it higher, up to her chin, as if warmth could be made convincing by insistence. Below, Aldrich breathed through the blowpipe. The sound did not hurry her past the moment. It did not comfort her in any way that required her to be grateful. It simply continued. Breath drawn in, breath given through the pipe. The bellows answering with their soft leathern push. A pause long enough for glass to remember heat. A clink, very small, as a tool touched the bench. Then, again, the rhythm entered the room through the floorboards more than the air. She felt it beneath the mattress, if feeling was the right word for something so slight. It seemed to pass up through wood, straw, sheet, bone. The smell of cooling ash came with it, faint and dry, threading through the older smells of linen, candlewick, and rain stored in the roof. She pictured the glass house below, not clearly but in pieces from what she had seen through warped panes. Orange light, Aldrich's bent shoulders, a rod turning, a bright gather at the end of it, like a captured star. She wondered what shape he was making. A cup, perhaps. A lamp chimney. Another pane for some window that let the world in imperfectly, and therefore bearably. The thought came and went without needing an answer. That was new. She loosened one hand from beneath the quilt and touched the mattress beside her, as if testing the truth of being alone. The room did not change. No one called up to ask whether she had everything she needed. No one corrected the way she had folded her coat. No one came to take the candle or insist on prayer or conversation. The house made only its honest noises: timber cooling, fire falling, glass being turned beneath her by a man who trusted silence to finish what words did not. The candle had burned lower. Wax had gathered at one side and hardened there in a small white slope. Its flame leaned and righted itself, leaned again, each movement smaller than the last. Snow White watched it until the light blurred at the edges. Her thoughts, which had been arranged all evening in narrow, guarded lines, loosened from their order. She thought of the road ending, of the door opening before she knocked, of Stu, of the word enough, though she could not remember who had said it, or whether anyone had. Beneath her, the breath and bellows continued. In, wait, out, turn. A soft clink, the hush of air feeding heat. Again, it was not quite music. Osric would have known the difference. It was work, pared down to pulse and patience. Yet as Snow White's eyes closed and opened more slowly, the rhythm folded around the edges of the room until it seemed less like labor beneath her and more like something the house was doing in its sleep. She meant to think one more thing clearly before morning, to decide whether she would unpack her bag, to remember the exact words of her aunt's letter, to wonder how long she could remain in a house that asked nothing yet. But the thought thinned before it reached its end. The candle guttered low beside the bed. Moonlight held in broken panes. The quilt, too thin, warmed where she had curled beneath it. Below, Aldrich breathed into glass, and the bellows answered, and the sound went on until Snow White no longer heard it as sound at all. Breath, bellows, pause, then silence, or sleep close enough to silence that she could not tell the difference. By the time the Beanstalk came, Jack had almost stopped expecting anything to grow. The farm had been quiet for months. Not peacefully quiet, but quietly tired, as if the fields, the trees, the hens, and even the old stones had all agreed to save their strength. Every morning, Jack worked as carefully as he knew how, tying frames, sweeping dust from the threshold, checking the dry earth for some small sign of green. But the season gave very little back. The leaves curled, the well rope creaked, the cow gave less milk each day, until one pale morning she gave none at all. By then, Jack's days had become a way of holding the house together. He swept the threshold, folded the blanket by the hearth, warmed a little broth in the blackened pot, and stirred it longer than he needed to, because the sound of the spoon against the iron made the kitchen feel inhabited. When his mother woke, he helped her sit upright and held the cup while she drank. Her hands were lighter than they had been in spring. Her smile, when it came, was gentle and costly. And because it cost her something, Jack always gave one back. Some truths had become too tired to be spoken aloud. They did not speak of money that morning. They did not speak of the empty purse hidden behind the flour jar, or the doctor's bottle nearly finished, or the way the last loaf had been cut thinner each day. Most of all, they did not speak of the cow. Outside, the lane beyond the gate ran between the hedges towards the market road, and Jack looked at it often enough that his mother saw him looking. At last, she said very softly, "We have kept her as long as we could." The road to market felt longer because neither Jack nor Millie wanted to hurry it. Near sundown, Jack led Millie through the yard. The gate complained on its hinge, and behind him his mother stood in the doorway, wrapped in her shawl. She lifted one hand. Jack lifted his in return. Neither of them said goodbye loudly. He walked slowly down the lane because hurry would have made the act seem sharper. Dust gathered around Millie's hooves. The dry ditch, the thorn hedge, and the failed barley field passed beside them in silence. Before Jack ever reached the market, the road offered him something stranger than money. The old man was waiting where the lane bent towards town, seated on a fallen milestone beside the hedge, with a small cloth bag resting in his lap. There was nothing grand about him. No cloak moved in the wind. No strange light shone from him. He looked as if he had been there for some time, expecting neither welcome nor surprise. When Jack approached, the old man looked up and said Jack's name as calmly as though the road itself had told it to him. The beans looked too small to change a life, which was why Jack kept staring at them. Millie shifted her weight and breathed softly through her nose. The old man did not reach for her. Instead, he opened the cloth bag and showed Jack what lay inside. There were 11 beans, pale and faintly green, almost white in the falling light. They did not shine. They did not tremble or sing. They only lay there, smooth and quiet, like ordinary things, waiting to be mistaken. The bargain was quiet enough that the evening seemed to lean in to hear it. The old man said, "Some things grow where money cannot." Jack almost laughed, but he was too tired for laughter. He said that he needed medicine. The old man nodded. Jack said that he needed flour. The old man nodded again. For a while, there was only the road, the cow's slow breathing, and that lonely cricket hidden in the ditch. Jack knew the proper shape of cents. A cow could be sold. Coins could be counted. Beans could not become bread by morning unless the world had changed its mind. For a moment after the cow was gone, the road felt larger than the whole farm. Jack placed the halter in the old man's hand. No bargain was repeated. No promise was made louder. Millie turned once, and Jack pressed his forehead briefly to hers before she was led away into the soft dark beyond the hedge. He watched until the pale mark on her forehead disappeared. Then he stood alone in the road with 11 beans in his hand, feeling at first that he held less than coins, and then wondering if perhaps he held something that was not less than hope. By the time Jack came home, the beans had already begun to feel heavier than the cow. His mother was asleep by the hearth, and the broth beside her had gone cold. He did not wake her. He placed the beans on the kitchen table, then changed his mind. They looked too small there, too foolish, too easy to curse. He carried them instead to the windowsill near the sink, where evening lingered longest. A cracked saucer stood there with a little dry soil in it, left from spring when he had tried to start time. The time had died. Planting the beans felt less like hope than like giving hope somewhere quiet to sleep. Jack loosened the soil with one finger. One by one, he pressed the beans into the dark and counted them under his breath. Not like treasure, but like duties. One for the rent unpaid, one for the doctor's bottle, one for flour, one for firewood, one for the wasted field, one for the cow, one for his mother's hands, one for sleep, one for rain, one for morning, and one because there had been 11. He covered them carefully and gave them a spoonful of water. His mother's silence hurt more gently than anger could have done. She stirred behind him, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the empty rope still looped in his hand. For a moment, grief crossed her face before anger could find its place. And the grief was worse. Jack told her what had happened, plainly and without defense. He told her about the old man, the cloth bag, the beans, and the strange sentence spoken beside the road. His mother closed her eyes and turned her face towards the hearth, where no flame remained, only warmth hiding in ash. That night, the house seemed to listen with him. Jack brought his mother another blanket, banked the ash, washed the cup, and closed the lower door against the night. On the windowsill, the saucer of soil sat quietly in the moonlight. Nothing moved. The house settled around them with small, tired sounds. The beams clicked as the last heat left them. His mother slept, and Jack lay in the narrow bed beneath the eaves, listening to the farm as if listening closely might keep it whole. The first sign of wonder was only a sound in the dark. Sometime after midnight, a slow wooden creak woke him, deep and patient, like a ship's rigging settling against dark water. Jack opened his eyes. Moonlight filled the room in a cold blue wash. The sound came again, longer this time, and lower. The house did not shake. His mother did not wake. Then a shadow crossed the wall beside his bed, broad and soft-edged, and Jack understood that it was the shadow of a leaf. The kitchen window had become a doorway into green. Jack went downstairs barefoot. The kitchen was colder than it should have been, as if night air had found its way inside and brought the sky with it. At the sink, the window was filled with leaves. The saucer had split cleanly in two, and soil had spilled across the sill. From that small ruin rose a stem thicker than his wrist, twisting with a slow living force that neither hurried nor paused. Leaves pressed against the glass, their veins bright where the moon passed through them. The wonder was gentle, and that made it harder to understand. The beanstalk did not burst through the house. It did not seize or tear or rage. It simply continued. With each careful turn, it claimed more of the window, more of the outside wall, more of the dark above the roof. Jack opened the door and stepped into the yard. Cold air touched his face. The farm was silver around him. The fields, the trough, the empty byre, the dry lane. And there against the house, the beanstalk climbed past the kitchen window, past the bedroom shutter, past the chimney stones and into the open night. The beanstalk rose so high that looking at it felt like listening to a question. It made that creaking sound as it rose, wood and rope, stem and sail, a living mast rigged to the clouds. Jack tilted his head back until his neck ached. The stalk narrowed as it climbed, but it did not end. It passed through the stars and entered a low bank of cloud, where moonlight gathered around it and turned faintly green. Behind him, the farmhouse door opened. His mother stood in the doorway, with one hand on the frame. She looked up, and for a long while, neither of them spoke. For the first time in months, uncertainty felt like an opening. The beanstalk settled and creaked above the roof. Its leaves shifted in the high wind like quiet hands. Jack expected fear to arrive, or joy, or some sudden cry that would make sense of what stood before them. None came. There was only breath, his own small breath in the cold, his mother's thinner breathing behind him, and the impossible green column rising from their house into cloud. At last, she asked what he had planted. Jack watched the place where the stalk vanished into the sky. He did not answer quickly. "I do not know," he said. For the first time in many months, not knowing did not close around him like fear. It opened a little, like soil loosening before rain. In the morning, the impossible thing waited at the window, as calmly as if it had always belonged to the farm. His mother said he need not go, and Jack loved her for saying it, even though both of them knew the beanstalk had not grown merely to be looked at. It had risen from their window, from their soil, from the last impossible thing left to them. It was not a road exactly, and not an invitation, but it asked to be understood. He packed as though for a day in the far field. A heel of bread, a little cheese, the small knife with the cracked handle, a coil of string, and a bottle that held more air than water went into the satchel. He placed each thing carefully, because carefulness steadied him. The first touch of the beanstalk told Jack it was not merely a plant, but a living path. When he stepped outside, the lower leaves shifted above him. They did not feel like the leaves of any bean plant he had ever tended. Their surfaces were cool and faintly rough beneath his palm, with veins raised like cords. The stem was not smooth. It twisted on itself in thick green ridges, offering holds where one curve passed over another. Jack tested his weight on the first knot of vine. The beanstalk gave a deep, answering creak, but it did not loosen from the wall. It bore him as an old stair might bear him, complaining, yet sound. The climb began with a goodbye so small that only the morning seemed to notice it. He looked back once. His mother stood at the door, one hand gripping the frame, her hair loose against her cheek. She had tried to come no farther than the threshold. Jack lifted his hand. She lifted hers. The gesture was the same as it had been when he led the cow away. But this time, he was the one being led into distance. Then he began to climb. Not quickly, and not bravely in any clean storybook sense. He climbed as he had worked all year, one necessary movement after another. For a while, the farm followed him upward in little sounds. The gate clicked softly in the wind. A hen worried at the dust near the fence. Once, his mother coughed, and the small sound climbed after him until it was lost among the leaves. Jack kept his eyes on his hands. The stalk was warmer where the sun touched it, and cold in the shadows between the ridges. Sap glimmered in tiny beads where young tendrils had split their skins, and when he brushed them, the scent rose fresh and green, almost like cut grass after rain. The leaves soon became a country of their own. As he climbed higher, they became places rather than leaves. One curled around him like a balcony, its rim lifted against the wind. Another stretched outward so wide that drops of dew rolled across it slowly, gathering into clear pools along the veins. Jack crossed one on his hands and knees because it seemed easier than reaching around it, and he felt it dip beneath his weight, not dangerously, but with the softness of something alive making room. The world below widened and quietened. The farmhouse roof became a dark patch. The fields lost their hard edges and lay together like cloth faded by many washings. His first drink above the roof came from a leaf. The water in his bottle was gone sooner than he expected. He tipped it once, then again, and received only a single drop. Worry came quietly and sat beside him. Then he noticed the leaf edge near his hand, where condensation had gathered in a shining line. He cupped the leaf and bent it towards him. Cold water ran into his palm. It tasted green and faintly sweet, like air that had rested inside a stem. He drank as much as he could gather, then thanked the leaf without meaning to speak aloud. The climb became possible only when Jack stopped thinking of the top. He climbed until his arms felt borrowed from someone older. The ridges of the stem pressed into his palms and left them sore. More than once, he stopped with his cheek against the cool green surface and waited for strength to return. He found that he could not think too far ahead. If he imagined the top, it became impossible. If he imagined the ground, it became worse. So he looked only for the next hold, the next curve, the next leaf wide enough for rest. When night arrived, it did not fall so much as gather around him. The mist darkened, not to black at once, but through grays and blues that had no edges. Jack found a fold where two heavy vines crossed and made a kind of cradle against the main stem. He slid into it with care, looped the coil of string around his wrist and threw a smaller tendril, and rested there while the beanstalk swayed. Below, far below, the world had become a memory. Above, there was only cloud, and beyond the cloud, something he had not yet earned the sight of. The second morning began beneath him, which made it feel like a dream. Dawn arrived below before it arrived around him. The first light rose under the cloud, faint and gold, and for a little while the mist beneath his feet shone as if another sea had been hidden there all along. Jack opened his eyes and saw brightness coming up through the white. He was stiff, damp, and hungry, but the sight held him still. He imagined the farm far below, still in shadow, while he sat among leaves lit from beneath. It seemed impossible that both places could be part of the same morning. The first food of the second day tasted mostly of cold air and courage. He ate a little at dawn, slowly, because his stomach had become uneasy from height and cold. The bread was dry, but it steadied him. He saved the cheese for later and pressed the water bottle, now nearly empty, back into the satchel. Below him, the cloud brightened from white to pearl. Above him, the stalk disappeared into another whiteness, less dense, more luminous. Jack rubbed his sore palms against his trousers, then began again. The first movement after rest was always the hardest. After that, the body remembered. At last, the white world above him began to glow, as if a quiet lamp had been lit behind the cloud. Jack did not notice the change at first, because he had grown used to whiteness. Then the air thinned ahead of him, and a shape appeared above. impossible to read. He climbed towards it carefully. The cloud loosened. Light struck his face with sudden warmth. One hand found a final ridge of stem, slick with water, and when he pulled himself higher, his head rose through the upper surface of the cloud. What waited above the cloud was not a threat, and that was what made Jack pause. For a moment, he could not understand what he saw. He had expected perhaps a castle of black stone, or a mountain, or another sky. Instead, there was land. Not ordinary land, but land all the same, spread wide beneath a clear, pale heaven. Fields moved in the wind, endless and golden, their grain taller than trees. Paths curved between them in soft brown lines. Far away, low hills lifted like sleeping animals under grass. Nothing rushed at him. Nothing roared. The gentleness of it was more disorienting than danger would have been. The house appeared slowly, as if the field itself had been keeping it hidden. After a long while, the grain opened. Beyond it stood a dwelling, enormous enough to stop Jack where he stood, yet gentle enough not to frighten him forward or back. The house was built of dark timber and pale stone, with a roof broad enough to shelter weather. Smoke rose from a chimney wider than the well at home. There were shutters at the windows, and a path swept clean before the door. The door itself was taller than the farmhouse wall, made of planks so wide that each one might have been a bridge. At the foot of that door, Jack chose rest instead of bravery. He did not sneak inside. He did not have the strength for boldness or secrecy. The climb had emptied him beyond fear. He crossed the swept path slowly, feeling every bruise in his hands, every pull in his legs. Where the shadow fell cool across the stones, he sat down with his back against the lowest plank. He meant only to rest before deciding what to do. He meant to listen for footsteps or voices or any sign that the house knew he was there. Sleep found him before any answer did. The sky realm breathed around him in long, gentle motions. Grain moved in the fields. Smoke climbed from the chimney. The enormous house gave off the tired peace of work completed slowly and alone. Jack drew his knees close and rested his head against them. He had come farther than he had known how to imagine, and still he had stolen nothing, demanded nothing, conquered nothing. He had only climbed until the climb became impossible to continue. in the shadow of the giant door, with the smell of bread around him and the last light fading over the high fields, Jack fell asleep. The first thing Jack heard in the giant's country was not a roar, but breathing. For a moment, he thought he was still on the beanstalk, with the living stem creaking against his shoulder and the wind moving through leaves above him. Then he felt stone beneath his hip, rough wool beneath his cheek, and warmth pressing through the immense door at his back. The breathing came from somewhere very close, and it was too large to belong to any animal he knew. It moved the air in slow tides, drawing in the scent of grain and smoke, then releasing it again. When Jack looked up, the giant looked more startled than frightening. Two enormous boots stood in front of him, worn at the toes and dusted with flour. Above them rose a figure so high that Jack had to lean back against the door to see him. The giant was bent slightly forward, one hand resting on his knee, his broad face lowered in an expression Jack could not read at once because it contained no fury. There was surprise in it, certainly. There was caution. There was also the troubled curiosity of someone who has found a bird indoors and does not know whether it is hurt. Their first conversation began with the simplest truth between them. At last, the giant spoke. His voice was deep, but not loud. It seemed to arrive slowly, as if it had traveled a long way before leaving him. "You are very small," he said. Jack swallowed. He had expected a threat, or a demand, or the terrible naming of what he had done wrong by being there. Instead, he heard only a fact offered gently. "Yes," Jack said. The giant considered this, then nodded, as if the answer had helped him. "Are you lost?" he asked. Jack looked past him at the path through the enormous grain, then towards the beanstalk hidden somewhere beyond the field. "I think I am," he said, "though I climbed here on purpose." A name, when spoken gently, made the giant less impossible. The giant straightened slowly. "My name is Aldous," he said. Jack gave his own name in return. Aldous repeated it once, carefully, as if setting it somewhere safe. Then he looked at the bruises on Jack's hands, the dampness of his clothes, and the hollow tiredness that must have been plain on his face. "You have come far," Aldous said. Jack nodded. "From below," he answered. Aldous looked past him towards the white edge of cloud where the world fell away. I thought below had grown quiet, he said. The first door Jack entered above the clouds was opened for him and left open behind him. Aldous opened it slowly, and warmth rolled out, carrying the scent Jack had fallen asleep with. Bread, smoke, and something savory simmering for a long time. You should eat before you fall over, Aldous said. He stepped aside. Jack did not move immediately. The doorway was large enough for a cart to pass through standing upright, and the room beyond seemed less like a room than a weathered hall built for another scale of life. Aldous noticed his hesitation and added, "I will not shut the door." The meal that followed was almost too large to understand, yet it was offered in the smallest way Aldous could manage. He gave Jack bread on a plate the size of a shield. The slice itself was as large as a roof tile, but he cut away a small corner with a knife and set it near Jack with the care of someone feeding a nervous animal. There was broth, too, poured into the smallest cup Aldous could find, which was still wide enough for Jack to hold in both hands. He drank slowly. The warmth entered him with such force that he had to stop and look down. He had not known how cold he was until heat began to return. The giant's kindness was quiet enough that Jack noticed it only piece by piece. Aldous did not press him with questions while he ate. He moved about the room with the slow care of someone trying not to startle a guest who had arrived from an impossible distance. He set another log on the hearth. He rinsed a bowl at the stone sink. He found a folded cloth and placed it on the corner of the table so Jack could sit without feeling the grain of the wood beneath him. The gestures were small in intention, though everything in the room was large. That made them gentler somehow, as if kindness had been scaled up without becoming noisy. That night, the house gave Jack a small place inside its vastness. When evening came, Aldous made a bed for him in a shallow drawer pulled from a great wooden chest. He lined it with folded linen that smelled faintly of lavender and smoke, then set it near the hearth, but far enough from the fire that Jack would not wake too warm. Jack lay there beneath a square of wool cut from some larger blanket, listening to the house settle around him. The beams clicked softly. Ash shifted in the grate. Somewhere beyond the wall, Aldous moved once in his sleep, and the whole floor seemed to remember his weight. The next morning, the house introduced Jack to its smallest ruler. He woke to a knocking sound that seemed at first to come from inside a dream. Tap, scrape, tap. He climbed out of the drawer and found a hen walking across the great stone floor, her claws clicking with each step. She was larger than any bird Jack had known, though small beside Aldous, and she moved with the certainty of someone who owned the morning. Aldous appeared behind her with a bowl of grain. "This is Marn," he said. "She likes to announce the day before it is ready." The Sky House did not become familiar all at once, but it began making room for Jack by repeating itself. Days arranged themselves around small tasks, quiet meals, and the steady movements of Aldous and Marn. Jack did not decide to remain, and Aldous did not decide to keep him. Yet each morning made a place for him, and each evening found him still there. He helped where he could, though helping in that house meant learning the size of everything again. In the fields, Aldous cut the high grain with a curved blade that moved through the stems in long, shining sweeps. Jack walked behind him and gathered the fallen heads that slipped from the great bundles, dragging one at a time to a cloth spread on the path. The work of the sky fields slowly taught Jack a different kind of smallness. Harvesting there was unlike any work he had known, yet after a while it soothed him in a familiar way. The grain heads were heavy enough that he had to hold them with both arms. Their husks brushed his cheek with a dry whisper, and when he dragged them over the cloth, loose seeds rolled free like small polished stones. Aldous worked ahead in steady silence, cutting, lifting, tying, and setting each bundle upright to dry. He never hurried Jack. If one fallen head took him 10 minutes to move, Aldous treated those 10 minutes as part of the day and not a delay. The kitchen became the warm center of their days. In the afternoons, Aldous cooked. He did it slowly, with the seriousness of a person who had kept rituals alive after the guests stopped coming. He mixed dough in a bowl wider than Jack's bed. He chopped roots as large as barrels. He stirred soup with a paddle worn smooth by years of use. Jack learned to fetch salt from the lower shelf, to carry kindling one splinter at a time, and to listen for the moment when bread changed from dough to crust. The oven was the size of a barn, and when Aldous opened it, heat rolled out like summer. By evening, the house had learned a new kind of quiet. After supper, Aldous washed the dishes in a basin deep enough for Jack to stand in, though he did not. Jack dried the smallest utensils with a corner of cloth and set them in a row near the fire. Marn made her last inspection of the room, then tucked herself into the straw beside the stove. These evenings had no grand conversation, but they gathered weight through repetition. Bread cooled under linen. The hearth dimmed. Aldous mended a tear in his coat with stitches so large Jack could follow them from across the table. The house, which had seemed vast on the first night, began to hold corners Jack understood. The room with the harp did not feel like a secret exactly. It felt like a part of the house where time had learned to speak softly. One gray afternoon, while rain combed through the grain outside, Aldous asked Jack to bring a cloth from the far side of the long room. The room smelled of dust, oak, and old lavender. Its windows were uncovered, but the light entered shyly. Jack crossed the floor and found more than cloth. In the corner, beneath a sheet gone gray at the folds, stood a shape taller than he was, graceful even in hiding. One carved curve showed at the edge, polished dark beneath the dust. The long room had been speaking softly to Jack before the harp ever did. Before the harp was uncovered, he had noticed other things there. A second chair stood by the far window, with a shawl folded over its back. A row of wooden toys rested on a shelf. Carved horses and birds, rounded smooth where large children's hands had once held them. There were boots by the wall, smaller than Aldous's, but still enormous to Jack, and a blue cup placed high on a ledge where dust had gathered around it, but not inside it. The room did not feel abandoned. It felt kept, as some memories are kept, not for use, but because moving them would be another kind of loss. When Aldous spoke of his family, grief entered quietly, as if it already knew where to sit. He folded the cloth in his hands. "My wife sang," he said. "My sons argued over the high notes. My daughter played too fast because she liked to make the little ones dance." He stopped there. The room did not become dramatic around his grief. No fire flared. No wind struck the shutters. Marn scratched in the straw near the stove. Soup simmered in the pot. The ordinary world held its shape, and that seemed to make the sorrow deeper, because it had learned how to live beside chores. After grief had been named, the soup still needed stirring. Aldous returned to the ordinary work with careful hands. He stirred the soup, tasted it, added salt, and stirred again. Jack understood that grief had not stopped the room. It had become one of the things the room contained, like the kettle, the mending basket, and the chair by the fire. That made him think of his mother below, and of how illness had changed the farmhouse without changing the tasks in it. Cups still needed washing. Ash still needed banking. Someone still had to notice when the bread was nearly gone. When the harp finally spoke, the whole house seemed to listen. A note sounded, low, uneven, and gone almost before Jack understood that he had heard it. Another followed, higher and clearer. Then a third, soft as water touching stone. The harp had not forgotten its voice. Aldous played only a few notes. No tune that Jack could name. Nothing shaped enough to be a song. Yet the sound entered the kitchen and changed the weight of everything. The fire seemed less alone. The empty chair by the window became a chair again, not only an absence. By morning, the house had not changed, and yet it had. Aldous did not speak of the harp, and Jack did not ask. They fed Marn, swept the hearth, and went out to the grain while the sun lifted over the cloud edge. The work was the same as before, but not quite the same. Aldous hummed once while tying a bundle, so softly Jack was not certain he had heard it. Then he heard it again. Only a breath of sound between one task and the next. Jack bent over a fallen head of grain and smiled where Aldous could not see. The morning Jack knew he had to leave began so gently that, for a while, he almost missed the sorrow inside it. There was no omen in the sky fields, no warning from the Beanstalk, no sudden cry from below. Marn scratched at the hearthstones as usual. Aldous measured flour into the great bowl and pushed back his sleeves. The wind crossed the grain in long, pale bands, and the house held its ordinary warmth. Yet while Jack carried a fallen head of wheat towards the drying cloth, he thought of his mother's chair by the low hearth, and felt the thought settle in him with the weight of a hand. Aldous understood before Jack had fully found the words. At midday he found him standing at the edge of the field, looking towards the place where the beanstalk entered the cloud. The giant did not ask at once. He came to stand beside him, patient as weather, and for a while they listened to the grain. Far below, hidden by mist and height, the lowland world waited with all its small rooms and tired roofs. Jack said, "I have to see how she is." Aldous nodded slowly. "Your mother," he said. "Yes," Jack answered. "I stayed longer than I meant to." Aldous looked across the fields. "Sometimes staying is what strength does before leaving," he said. The gift Aldous chose was not gold, and that made it heavier. "You should take her," Aldous said. Jack stared at him, certain he had misunderstood. Marn made a small questioning sound, as though she also objected to being discussed in this way. Aldous folded the cloth around the bread more carefully than necessary. "She lays each morning unless offended," he said. "The eggs will help." Jack looked from the hen to Aldous. "I cannot take your companion," he said. Aldous' eyes lowered to the bird. "No," he said, "not take. Carry. There is a difference." Marn seemed to understand she was being asked to become mourning somewhere else. Jack had no answer. The hen stepped nearer and pecked at the edge of Aldous' boot. Aldous bent with difficulty and held out both hands. Marn allowed herself to be gathered, though not without a soft grumble that seemed to say she was permitting foolishness for reasons of her own. Aldous stroked the feathers at the back of her neck with one thumb. "I have had her voice in the mornings," he said. "Your house could use a morning voice. Mine remembers one now." Only then did Jack understand that the gift was a kind of trust. He looked at Aldous and saw the cost of it more plainly than before. The hen was ordinary only in the way bread is ordinary, or morning is ordinary, or a voice heard every day becomes part of the walls. Marn had filled the silences Aldous did not name. She had made the house answer at dawn. She had given him something to feed, scold, and expect. To send her below was not a grand sacrifice, but a quiet rearranging of loneliness. Jack wanted to refuse again, but refusal would have been another way of not seeing him. The goodbye stretched gently across the afternoon, because neither of them wanted to make it sharp. Aldous walked with Jack to the edge of the field and carried the basket as lightly as if it held a cup. Jack wore the satchel across his chest and tried not to think too hard about the first movement down. At the place where the beanstalk rooted in the dark soil, the cloud below shone white and depthless. The stem descended through it, green and twisting, familiar now and still impossible. The bridge between them sounded softly in the wind. The beanstalk creaked in the same voice Jack had heard from his bed, from the mist, and from the fold of vine where he had slept on the way up. Now it sounded less like a warning and more like a bridge remembering both shores. Aldous lifted one hand. Jack lifted his. The gesture had travelled with him from the farm gate to the sky field, changing as he changed. Then Jack turned towards the cloud and began the descent. The descent began with the ache of almost turning back. Jack placed one foot below the other, then lowered the basket carefully against his chest. Marn shifted inside and gave a low, offended murmur. He almost smiled. Above him, Aldous had become only a shape through the brightening mist, then a shadow, then nothing visible at all. Jack kept his eyes on the green ridges beneath his hands. Leaving, he discovered, was another kind of climb, only the air pressed differently around it. When Jack reached the earth again, the whole farm seemed to be holding its breath. The sun was rising fully, opening the morning in pale gold across the trough, the stones, the empty byre, and the vast green stem that still leaned against the house as though it had always belonged there. Jack stood for a moment with both hands on the beanstalk, legs trembling, breath uneven. The basket against his chest shifted. Marn made a firm sound, immediate and unimpressed by wonder. The sound brought him gently back into his body. The farm had not been fixed, but it had been met by wonder. For a little while, Jack did not move from the base of the stalk. The farm was exactly itself, and not exactly itself. The trough was still empty. The path still needed sweeping. The fields were still poor and dry. Yet he had returned with cloud damp in his hair, bread in his satchel, and a living sound inside the basket. The impossible had not repaired the ordinary world. It had only joined it, and that seemed better somehow than a miracle that erased the need for tending. The person waiting at the kitchen door looked both changed and beloved. His mother stood there in her shawl, thinner than he wanted her to be, but upright. Her hair was braided loosely over one shoulder. Color had returned faintly to her face, not much, not enough for celebration, but enough to make Jack stop on the path. She looked at him, then at the basket, then at the beanstalk rising behind him. Her mouth opened, but no words came at first. Jack crossed the yard and set the basket down gently between them. His mother touched his face as if bringing him gently back into the world. Her fingers were cool and careful, as if confirming that he had not become a dream while he was gone. Jack bent his head into her hand and felt with sudden sharpness how young he still was beneath all the work. She did not ask where he had been first. She did not ask what he had brought. She only looked at him long enough for her eyes to fill, then breathed out his name in a way that made the yard, the beanstalk, and the sky above them fall quietly into place. Marn entered the farmyard as if she had always intended to improve it. She emerged with the confidence of a traveler who had endured poor service, stepped onto the kitchen stone, shook herself once, and surveyed the yard. The hens by the fence froze at the sight of her. Marn gave them a measured look, then walked past them towards the patch of sun near the step. Jack's mother watched her go. After a long silence, she said, "You brought back a hen." Jack looked at the bird settling into the morning light. "Yes," he said, "she is company." The first egg made the kitchen feel less empty before it fed anyone. That afternoon, Marn laid it in a hay basket beside the stove after rejecting 3 corners of the kitchen and 1 old wooden crate. The egg was large enough to make Jack's mother laugh, not loudly and not for long, but clearly. Jack stood very still when he heard it. It was not the laugh of memory. It was present, fragile and real. He cooked a little of the egg with care, and the smell filled the kitchen in a way that made the room seem less hollow. That evening, the story came out softly, because it was not a tale of victory. Jack told it slowly while his mother rested by the fire. He did not make himself brave in the telling. He told her about the cold leaves, the cloud, the enormous fields, and Aldous standing over him with flour on his boots. He told her about the open door, the careful bread, the hen who disliked disorder, and the harp that had waited years to be touched. His mother listened with the egg bowl in her lap and the firelight moving over her face. When he finished, she said only, "Then he was lonely too." Jack nodded, because that was the heart of it. And the beanstalk remained, which was perhaps the quietest wonder of all. No axe was brought against it. No neighbor was summoned to marvel or advise. It stood beside the farmhouse, rooted in the broken saucer and the deepening earth beneath the sill, rising past roof and chimney into cloud. In wind, it creaked with the old familiar sound, wood and rope, stem and sail. Sometimes Jack paused in the yard and placed one hand against it. The vibration travelled into his palm, and he thought of Aldous moving through his house above, measuring flour, feeding the absence and the presence both. The bridge was not meant to be crossed every day, and that was part of its kindness. Jack did not climb every time he heard it. Aldous did not call every time he played. Some bridges are crossed, and some are simply known to be there, altering the loneliness on either side. Below, Jack swept the threshold, warmed broth, mended the fence, and listened for his mother's breathing to ease in sleep. Above, unseen, Aldous played a little longer each week, while grain moved outside his windows, and the second chair caught the evening light. Between them stood the Beanstalk, creaking softly in the dark, not as an escape from one world into another, but as a living reminder that two quiet households, once alone, now had a way to answer one another. The knock came after dark, through rain, through wind, through the old front door. It was not loud at first, only 3 small sounds: knuckle against oak, water against stone, breath against cold air. Then it came again, clearer now, a little uneven, as if the hand outside had almost no strength left to lift itself. Rutger heard it first, because he was nearest the passage, counting candles in a narrow drawer. He stopped with one hand above the drawer edge. Matron Elsbeth looked up from her mending. Ingrid, who had been carrying a basin from the scullery, turned so quickly that water touched the rim and shivered there. For a moment, nobody spoke. The manor listened with them. Rain ran down the windows. The chimney sighed. Somewhere in the upper floor, an unused shutter tapped and tapped, keeping its own nervous time. Rutger closed the drawer. He crossed the hall with careful steps. The old floor answered under him. One board, then another. The knock came once more, softer now, almost lost beneath the storm. He lifted the iron latch. Cold air rushed inward. Rain followed it in silver threads. On the threshold stood a young woman, bent beneath the weather, her cloak dark with water, her hair pressed to her cheeks. She did not step forward. She seemed unsure the door was real. Behind her, the moor had vanished into night. Only rain could be seen there, and the pale, restless blur of the road. Matron Elsbeth came to the hall. "Bring her in," she said, not loudly, not slowly, simply as one speaks when the answer is plain. Rutger moved aside. Ingrid set down the basin. The traveler crossed the threshold. Water fell from her hem. It marked the stone in small, dark stars. She held one hand at her throat, as if remembering a ribbon that was no longer there. "What is your name?" Elsbeth asked. The traveler looked toward the candles, their flames bent in the draught. "I was told it," she said, "but the rain has taken so much from me." She tried to stand straighter. "I think I am a princess," she said. Then she frowned, not proudly, but in confusion. "I know how it sounds. I have no seal. I have no carriage. I have only walked." Rutger glanced at Elspeth. His doubt showed only in stillness. He had served old houses long enough to know that storms brought stories. Some were true, some were hunger, some were grief wearing fine words. Elspeth did not ask for proof. She looked instead at the traveler's hands. They were reddened by cold. One sleeve was torn. Mud climbed the edge of her skirt in broken brown lines. Ingrid brought a towel. The traveler accepted it with both hands. "Thank you," she whispered. The words were careful, as if each one had been kept dry somewhere deep inside her. They took her to the kitchen, where warmth gathered low and golden. The rain sounded farther there, softened by stone walls and hanging copper pans. Candle wax pooled beside the breadboard. Ingrid wrapped the towel around her shoulders. Rutger fetched a chair. Elspeth poured broth from the covered pot. The traveler sat slowly, lowering herself as though the room might tilt away. "How far have you come?" Rutger asked. The traveler looked at him, then toward the black window. "There were trees," she said. "Then water. Then a gate, perhaps. I followed a light, or thought I did." She drank the broth. Steam rose against her face. For the first time, color moved faintly into her cheeks. The kitchen grew quiet around that small sign of return. Rutger leaned near Elspeth. "She may be fevered," he said, "or frightened, or both." Elspeth nodded. "That changes nothing. Fever should be warmed. Fear should be housed." Ingrid watched the traveler with open curiosity. She had never seen a princess, if princess was the word. She had imagined jewels, pages, satin slippers. This woman had rainwater in her lashes. "Do you remember a castle?" Ingrid asked before she could stop herself. Rutger gave her a look. The traveler smiled faintly. "I remember high windows," she said. "Or I remember wanting them." The answer settled strangely. No one knew what to do with it. Outside, the storm pressed harder against the glass. The manor seemed smaller, held in the dark palm of the weather. Elspeth set another candle near the table. Its flame brightened the traveler's face, showing tired eyes, cracked lips, and the careful effort of staying awake. "You will sleep here tonight," Elspeth said. Rutger straightened. My lady, the guest rooms are stripped for winter. The west room leaks. The blue room has no fire laid. The old prince's chamber has dust in the curtains. Then we make something ready, Elspeth said. Her voice carried no argument. It only carried age and habit, and the memory of years when unexpected guests had filled every chair. Rutger looked toward the ceiling, considering rooms above rooms. There are mattresses stored in the north passage, he said. Feather ones, horsehair ones, some from the east wing. Too many, perhaps. Too many is useful tonight, Elspeth replied. Ingrid, fetch dry sheets. Rutger, wake the small fire in the south room, not the grand chamber. Something warmer, something without broken shutters. Ingrid hurried away. Her shoes whispered on the stair. Rutger went more slowly, still doubtful, still obedient. The house received their motion, its old corridors filling with purpose. Left with Elspeth, the traveler lowered her eyes. I did not mean to bring trouble, she said. Elspeth folded the damp towel aside. Trouble comes uninvited. You knocked. The traveler looked at the door, as though surprised by that simple fact. Yes, she said. I knocked, and before that, I walked. And before that, I thought I knew where I was going. Elspeth sat beside her. The old matron smelled faintly of lavender, wool, and candle smoke. She did not ask again about kingdoms. She did not ask about crowns. She asked only whether the traveler was warm enough. The traveler considered this as if warmth were a distant language. Then she nodded, though her hands were still trembling around the cup. She held the cup close beneath her chin. Steam touched her mouth, then disappeared. In that hush, the kitchen became the whole world. Copper pans above, flagstones below, rain at the small window. A fire low enough to need tending, but strong enough to promise more. Elspeth rose and placed another log on the coals. It caught slowly, then brightened along one edge. The light moved over the traveler's face and changed nothing certain. She might have been noble. She might have been lost from a village road. She might have been someone who had walked out of a life she could no longer bear. Rutger returned briefly to the doorway, not yet gone upstairs. He looked at the puddle her cloak had made on the stones. He looked at the torn sleeve. Then he looked anywhere but at her face. "Shall I send to the gatehouse in the morning," he asked, "if anyone is missing her?" "In the morning," Elspeth said. "Not tonight. Tonight the roads belong to water." Rutger accepted this with a small nod. His doubt had not vanished, but it had changed its shape. It no longer stood at the door, keeping watch against her. It stood beside the fire, making room. The traveler noticed that and lowered her gaze again. Kindness made her uneasy in a way accusation might not have done. If they had demanded papers, she could have failed plainly. If they had laughed, she could have folded herself around the hurt. But being believed only enough to be cared for left no simple defense. She tried to thank them again, but the words caught. Elspeth seemed to understand. "Drink first," she said. "Gratitude can wait until morning." Ingrid would have smiled at that if she had still been in the kitchen, but she was already somewhere above, opening one reluctant cupboard after another. The traveler drank. The broth had cooled, but not unpleasantly. It tasted of onion, salt, and patience. With every swallow, the manner grew less impossible. The door behind her stayed closed. The road beyond it stayed outside. Her wet shoes rested beside the hearth, empty and harmless, as if someone else had worn them here. For the first time that night, she let her shoulders lower. Not far, only enough for the blanket to settle more fully around her. The fire gave one soft crack. Wax slid down the nearest candle in a shining tear. Outside, rain went on speaking, but the house had begun to answer in warmer sounds. Above them, the old rooms waited to be opened. Somewhere in the dark, linen lay folded. Mattresses stood unused, and cold hearths kept their ash. Nothing had been prepared. Everything would have to be found, carried, warmed, and made ready by hand. For now, the traveler stayed beside the kitchen fire. The storm pressed at the windows, but no one spoke of sending her back into it. No one asked again for proof. The night had asked a simpler question, and the house had answered. The first mattress came sideways through the passage, scraping plaster, catching briefly on a crooked nail, then springing free with a dusty sigh. Ingrid held the front edge. Rutger held the back. Between them, the old feather ticking bowed and breathed, as if it had been sleeping too long and disliked being woken. Narrow stairs made every step deliberate. Lift, turn, pause, breathe, lift again. The rail pressed into Ingrid's hip. Rutger's sleeve brushed the wall. Above them, the south room glowed with firelight, waiting for its strange work to be finished. They laid the mattress across the bedstead. It slumped at once, soft in the middle, stubborn at the corners. Ingrid pushed one side flat. Rutger tugged the other square. The bed accepted it with a wooden creak and seemed already too full for ordinary sleep. "That is one," Ingrid said. Rutger looked at her. "I can see that." She nodded gravely. "Then we must remember." He did not answer, but when they returned to the passage, she heard him murmur, "One," beneath his breath. The second mattress came from the blue room, smelling faintly of dust and dried lavender. Its striped cover had faded almost white at the fold. Ingrid said it had belonged to cousins who stayed one summer and broke 2 fishing rods. Rutger said the rods were not relevant. The third came from the old prince's chamber, wrapped in linen no one had untied since mourning clothes were packed away. Rutger cut the cord with his pocket knife. Ingrid caught the scent of cedar, cold linen, and something faintly peppery from years enclosed in wood. They carried it up together. 3, Ingrid said. 3, Rutger agreed. He sounded resigned now, as if numbers had become part of the service. The house seemed to offer more each time they looked. Behind every door waited another forgotten softness. A wool mattress came next, flatter and heavier, with dark buttons sewn in crooked rows. Rutger said it was made before either of them was born. Ingrid said it looked tired. Rutger replied that most useful things looked tired if they had served well. At 4, the bed was high enough to require planning. At 5, Ingrid fetched a chair. At 6, Rutger fetched the kitchen stool as well. At 7, even Elspeth came to the door, drew her shawl closer, and raised one eyebrow. "Are we building a bed," she asked, "or a watchtower?" Ingrid looked down from the chair with both arms full of quilt. "A bed, my lady. Only it has ambitions." Rutger pressed one corner flat and pretended not to hear his own laugh. The quilts came from trunks beneath sloped ceilings. One was patched in red and brown squares. One had blue flowers faded to gray. One had been stitched by Elspeth's mother during a winter when the roads closed for 6 weeks. Elspeth touched that quilt before letting it go. Her fingers found an old mended seam. She remembered small children under it, a sick room chair, a birthday breakfast carried upstairs, and her husband asleep beneath it after a long ride through snow. "Fold it lengthwise," she said. "It will keep the middle from dipping." Rutger obeyed. Ingrid smoothed the edges. Together, they made layers of memory and practicality, not knowing whether comfort could be built by thickness alone. There was more laughter in the work than anyone expected. Not loud laughter, nothing that would wake the frightened silence of the house. Only small sounds, caught between breaths. Ingrid miscounted twice because Rutger kept naming the rooms instead of the numbers. Blue room, Prince's chamber, linen room, nursery, north passage. That is not counting, she told him. It is geography. Rutger said geography was often more reliable. They found straps for lifting, then lost them, then found them under a folded carpet no one remembered owning. Ingrid carried a pillowcase full of lavender sachets against her chest. Rutger carried a rolled quilt over one shoulder, like a soldier returning from a very soft battle. Elsbeth, watching from the doorway, told them both to mind the candles, the banister, and their pride. In the south room, each new layer changed the air. Feather dust rose and glittered. Old wool released the smell of closed chests. Linen snapped once, then settled. The mattress seams made pale lines in the candlelight, crossing one another like quiet roads on an old map. Ingrid smoothed them with both palms, careful and serious, as if the bed might remember where every hand had been. Rutger checked the bedstead again and again. He crouched beside one leg, then another. He pressed his ear close to a joint and listened to the wood. Ingrid asked whether it had said anything. "It says it is old," Rutger replied. Ingrid said old things complained whether they were in danger or not. Elsbeth said that was true of furniture and people both. The work made the room warmer. Curtains were drawn. A coal broke open in the grate. Candle wax slid down in slow white paths. Outside, the storm kept tapping, tapping, tapping. But in here, the rhythm changed. Lift, count, fold. Lift, count, fold. A kind of household music began, made from tired arms and good intentions. Once, Ingrid found a quilt with tiny stitched birds along the border. She held it up to the candle and let the faded thread show. Elsbeth knew it at once. That was made for a cradle, she said. No cradle remained in that room now, only trunks and dust and years folded away. Ingrid lowered the quilt more gently after that. Rutger suggested they stop at 8. Ingrid said 8 looked uncertain. He suggested 9. She said 9 looked apologetic. At 10, they both stood in silence. The bed did not look finished so much as determined. Elsbeth looked it over, practical as ever, then sent Ingrid for one more coverlet, because absurdity, once begun, ought at least to be warm. The traveler waited below while they worked. She sat wrapped in a blanket near the kitchen hearth cup cooling between her hands. She could hear their movements overhead, the scrape, the thump, the muffled call, the soft complaint of furniture asked to do too much. Sometimes she closed her eyes. When she did, the road returned in pieces. Black hedges, water over stones, a gate that might have been real, a lantern that moved ahead of her, or behind her, or only inside her wishing. She tried to remember the word princess as a room she had once entered. It would not hold still. It glimmered, then emptied. Kinder words remained. Warm, inside, dry. These were easier to believe, because they had weight around her shoulders. Upstairs, Rutger discovered another mattress behind a screen in the linen room. This one had a corner bitten by mice long ago and neatly repaired. Ingrid declared it unfortunate but loyal. Rutger said mattresses did not feel loyalty. Ingrid said this one plainly did. 8, she said. Rutger corrected her. 9 if we count the little cot mattress from the nursery. Ingrid paused. Are we counting it? Rutger considered the stack, then the narrow bedstead, then the storm still pressing at the panes. We are counting everything tonight. The nursery mattress was short, soft, and covered in pale ticking. It did not reach the corners, so they placed it crosswise, then laid a quilt over it to tame the shape. The bed rose higher, stranger, and somehow more ceremonial. By the 10th layer, Ingrid had forgotten to be practical. She stood back with candle in hand and looked at the tower as if it were a creature being persuaded into calm. Rutger circled it, testing corners, tugging edges, frowning at slopes only he could see. Elspeth went herself to the pantry, not because anything more was needed, but because habit had sent her there. In older winters, she had checked late fires, covered bread, counted jars, and tucked small things away before sleep. Her hands remembered what her mind did not ask for. On a high shelf stood a small jar of kitchen odds, a dried bay leaf, 2 peppercorns, a curl of lemon peel gone dark, 3 peas from a summer basket, hard as tiny beads, kept for no reason anyone could name. Elspeth opened the jar. The smell was faint and stale, sharp with old spice and glass dust. She took 1 dried pea between finger and thumb, not thinking of trials, not thinking of royalty, only tidying, only remembering an old superstition about keeping damp from stored bedding. She carried it upstairs in her apron pocket. At the doorway, she watched Ingrid and Rutger lift the next mattress into place. The bed wavered softly, then settled. Candlelight trembled along its piled edges. The room smelled of feather ticking, lavender, wool, and warmed plaster. Before the final lower quilt was drawn smooth, Elsbeth placed the pea near the base of the stack, close to the old bedstead boards, where it would have been invisible even to someone searching. It made no sound. It made no announcement. It vanished beneath softness. Rutger did not notice. Ingrid did not notice. Perhaps Elspeth herself forgot it almost at once. There were sheets to shake out, pillowcases to fill, candles to trim, and the matter of getting a tired stranger safely onto a bed that now required negotiation. More pillows arrived from everywhere. 2 from the blue room, 1 from Elsbeth's own cedar chest, a long bolster from the nursery. Ingrid beat them lightly and watched pale dust sparkle in the candle glow. Rutger sneezed once, then denied it. They made steps beside the bed. First the stool, then the chair, then a small carpet folded beneath both, so nothing slipped. Rutger tested the arrangement by putting one boot on the stool and one hand on the bedpost. It held, but only just. Ingrid ran downstairs to fetch the traveler. She found her nearly asleep upright, chin lowered, cup untouched now, blanket pooled around her wrists. "Wake gently," Elsbeth said from behind. "The room is ready." Ingrid whispered this, as if announcing a secret. The traveler opened her eyes. For one breath, she did not know the kitchen. Then warmth returned to meaning. Candle, table, hearth, Ingrid. She stood with help, unsteady but willing, and followed them through the hall where shadows leaned tall against the walls. The stairs seemed longer now. Each step carried her farther from the storm and closer to a room prepared by strangers. She heard the rain behind the windows. She heard her own breath. She heard Elsbeth's skirts brush softly ahead of her. When she saw the bed, she stopped. It rose in the candlelit room, layered and pale, taller than any bed had reason to be. The top sheet was smooth as winter moonlight. The pillows weighted like small clouds gathered at a mountain crest. "I am sorry," she said softly. "It is too much." Elsbeth shook her head. "It is what the house had." Rutger adjusted one candle. Ingrid stood beside the chair, shining with the importance of her task. Climbing became a small ceremony. One foot on the stool, one hand on Ingrid's shoulder. Another step to the chair. Rutger steadied the bedpost. Elsbeth lifted the hem of the nightdress away from the candle flame. Slowly, carefully, the traveler rose above them. At the top, she paused, breathless from so little effort. The bed shifted beneath her knee, not dangerously, only deeply, as if all the stored years inside it had exhaled together. Ingrid guided her hand to the bolster. Rutger kept his eyes on the legs of the chair. She settled at last beneath the upper quilt. Feather, wool, linen, and lavender rose around her. The mattress top dipped and lifted, finding her shape. For a moment, comfort seemed complete. Her body yielded to it with a shiver so small no one mentioned it. Elspeth placed a single candle on the table by the bed, low enough to be safe, bright enough to soften the corners. Its flame made the window black and shining. Beyond it, rain still moved, but farther away now, beyond walls, beyond welcome, beyond reach. "Sleep if you can," Elspeth said. "No one here will ask anything tonight." The traveler looked down from the impossible height. "Thank you," she said. The words were plain, almost worn out, yet they filled the room more gently than any title. Rutger took the chair away last. Ingrid carried the stool. Elspeth closed the door with care, leaving only the candle, the fire's faint pulse, and the tall bed holding its guest above the quiet floor. Beneath every quilt, beneath every mattress, the small dried pea waited, without meaning anything yet. For a while, the traveler believed she would sleep at once. The warmth rose around her. The upper quilt held her lightly. The pillows gathered beneath her head. Feather and linen and lavender made a small, pale world lifted far above the floor. She let her eyes close. Rain counted softly on the window. Not one sound, but many. Fine rain, heavy drops, water sliding from the roof, water finding the sill, water tapping the old glass with patient fingers. Her breath slowed. In, then out. In, then out. The bed accepted the rhythm. Beneath her, layers settled by tiny degrees. Feather compressing into wool. Wool yielding to horsehair. Horsehair pressing toward old boards far below. Then something touched her attention. Not sharply, not painfully, only a faint insistence, deep beneath comfort. A small wrongness under the vast softness. She opened her eyes and looked into the dim room. The candle burned beside her. Its flame was smaller now, bent a little to one side. Shadows climbed the wallpaper and rested there. The fire had faded to a red, breathing shape inside the grate. She shifted her shoulder. The top mattress sighed. The next answered with a slow creak. The stack moved beneath her like a hill made from sleeping birds. For a moment, the pressure vanished. Then it returned, lower, stranger, almost remembered. She turned onto her side. The pillows slid and settled. A smell of feathers rose warmly around her cheek. She tucked one hand beneath the quilt. She told herself that nothing could be wrong in a bed built from so many kindnesses. Rain answered from the window. The same soft counting, the same patient touch. It seemed to say, "Sleep now, sleep now, sleep now." Her breath followed for 3 slow rounds, then caught again at the edge of rest. There it was, a point that was not a point, an ache that had no place. It came through down, through wool, through quilt and ticking, not as pain exactly, but as a question her body could not stop hearing. She moved again, slowly, carefully, so the bed would not sway. The whole tower answered in murmurs. One layer slipped into another. A corner eased, a seam stretched. Somewhere far below, the old bedstead gave a wooden click. She lay still after that. Stillness did not help. It made the small discomfort clearer. In darkness, it grew more precise and more impossible. Not large enough to name, not small enough to forget. Her thoughts wandered toward the road. She saw rain on black branches. She saw her own hands at a gate latch. She heard wheels, perhaps, or thunder. She saw a room with high windows, then lost it before she could enter. The bed sank under her gently, but not evenly. She felt held and troubled at once. Comfort above, unease below. Softness everywhere, and still something rising through it, no larger than a thought she had tried not to think. She pressed her palm against the mattress. Nothing answered there. Only warmth, only linen, only the faint, powdery smell of old feathers. She lifted her hand and turned onto her back again. The ceiling was hidden in shadow. The bed was so high that the room seemed changed. The table looked small below her. The candle looked like a low star. The floor had become a shore she had left behind. Sleep came close again. It approached in thin layers. First, her hands grew heavy. Then the rain softened. Then the fire became only color behind her eyelids. She drifted downward without moving, falling inward instead of down. But just before sleep took her, the pressure returned. Gentle, ridiculous, undeniable. It touched some hidden place beneath her ribs, or beneath her spine, or beneath memory itself. She woke enough to breathe in sharply. "No," she whispered, though she did not know what she refused. The word vanished into bedding. Rain went on counting. The candle lowered another fraction. The room held still, patient with her restlessness. She wondered if true princesses slept easily. Perhaps they lay on silk and knew their own names without effort. Perhaps servants dimmed lamps without asking. Perhaps roads never confused them. Perhaps storms opened gates instead of swallowing them. Then she thought of Elspeth's face in the kitchen. Not convinced, not fooled, only kind. That memory made her throat tighten. She turned her face into the pillow and breathed through the lavender until the feeling passed. Near midnight, footsteps came along the passage. Slow steps, careful steps. A pause outside the door. The traveler opened her eyes. The pressure under her body remained, small and steady, as if it too were listening. The latch lifted softly. Elspeth appeared with a candle shielded in one hand. She did not enter at once. She only looked toward the bed, searching the dim height for a face. The traveler raised one hand from the quilt. Elspeth came nearer, but not too near. "Are you warm enough?" she asked quietly. The traveler nodded. Her face must have shown wakefulness, because Elspeth's brows drew together. "Is there pain?" The traveler considered the word, then shook her head. "Not pain," she said. "Only something. I cannot tell what." Elspeth listened as though this were a complete answer. She reached up and smoothed the nearest edge of quilt, though it needed no smoothing. "Would you like another blanket?" The traveler almost laughed, because the bed already held half the house. The laugh did not come. Only a small breath came instead. "No, thank you. I think I am very covered." Elspeth nodded. No test lived in her eyes. No secret measuring. No hidden satisfaction. Only concern, ordinary and late at night. The kind that wakes a person from her own bed and sends her down a cold passage with a candle. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Rain filled the silence. The traveler looked down from the high bed. Elspeth looked up from the floor. Between them rested candlelight, warm and thin, enough for hospitality, not enough for certainty. "Sleep will come," Elspeth said at last. "Sometimes the body waits until it believes the door is truly closed." The traveler held that sentence carefully. It seemed kinder than advice, kinder than doubt. She nodded again, and Elspeth understood enough. The matron lowered the candle and returned to the door. At the threshold, she looked back once. The traveler lifted her hand again, barely. Elspeth answered with the same small gesture. Then the latch settled, and the room was hers. After that, the night became circular. Rain, breath, creak. Rain, breath, creak. She turned left. She turned right. She lay on her back. She curled her knees. Each new shape promised relief, then gave it up. The pressure followed without moving. It was beneath her shoulder when she shifted there, beneath her hip when she rolled lower, beneath her spine when she lay straight. Not because it traveled, but because her attention carried it everywhere. She told herself it was nothing. A seam, a button, a fold in the ticking, a ridge in the quilts. The house was old. The bedding was older. A body tired enough might invent anything rather than surrender. Yet the small thing persisted. It did not grow. It did not lessen. Its strength was in remaining. Through all the careful softness, through every generous layer, it kept touching the edge of sleep and calling her back. Hours loosened. She could no longer tell whether she had slept in fragments or only imagined sleep. Dreams came without doors. A road became a river. A lantern became a candle. A crown became a bowl of broth held in both hands. Once she dreamed of climbing stairs made of mattresses. Ingrid waited above, counting. Rutger waited below, correcting the number. Elspeth stood in the middle with a candle, saying only, "Rest is not proof. Rest is permission." She woke with wet lashes, though she did not remember weeping. The candle had nearly spent itself. Wax had pooled wide and white on the little table. The fire was almost ash. The room was grayer now, though morning had not begun. She listened for the household. Nothing. No pans, no steps, no voice from the scullery. Only rain, softer than before, and the long inward rustle of many mattresses settling under a woman who could not quite disappear into them. The discomfort had become familiar by then. Not welcome, never welcome, but known. She could almost greet it. "Ah, you again," the small buried touch, the tiny refusal. The one thing in all that softness, daring to be exact. She breathed with it for a while. In, and the rain came nearer. Out, and the bed creaked lower. In, and memory stirred. Out, and the room returned. She drifted, rose, drifted again, never fully sleeping, never fully waking. Near the deepest part of night, her thoughts softened past language. Princess became only a shape of sound. Traveler became only a body under quilts. Name became less important than warmth. The question beneath her remained, but even that began to blur at the edges. She slept then, perhaps, or nearly slept, enough that the road receded, enough that the storm lost its teeth, enough that her hands opened on the sheet, no longer gripping the fold. Still, beneath the mountain of bedding, the small, hard mystery waited. When she stirred again, the room had changed by almost nothing. Yet almost nothing was a kind of dawn approaching. The rain had thinned. The window held a deeper gray. The candle was gone, leaving a curl of smoke, and the bed held her in a shallow, uneasy hollow. Morning did not arrive brightly. It gathered slowly in the glass, gray first, then pearl, then the color of wet stone. The storm had weakened at last. Rain no longer struck the windows hard. It drifted there, thin and patient, more drizzle than weather. The traveler lay awake before anyone came. She had stopped trying to sleep. Instead, she watched the window lighten by degrees, while the bed settled around her in quiet sighs. Down had warmed to her shape. Wool had remembered her weight. Yet the small pressure remained, faithful as a secret. Below, the manor began gently. A kettle lid clicked. A coal shifted in the range. Rutger opened a shutter with more care than the shutter deserved. Ingrid crossed the passage carrying kindling, her shoes quick and soft. Elsbeth's door opened last. When Ingrid came with warm water, she found the traveler sitting upright at the top of the bed, quilt around her shoulders, hair loosened from the night, eyes clear but tired. "You are awake," Ingrid said. The traveler looked down from her impossible perch. "I think I have been awake for some time." Ingrid set the basin on the table and glanced toward the heap of bedding. "Did the bed not suit you?" The question came out worried, almost wounded, as if she herself had failed to arrange the clouds properly. The traveler smiled at once, because the girl looked so earnest. The bed was kind, she said. All of it was kind. Only something, I do not know what, kept finding me through it. I feel foolish saying so. There were so many mattresses. Surely no small thing should have mattered. Ingrid's eyes widened, not with suspicion, with interest. She stepped nearer the bed, then stopped, remembering its height. Rutger should hear this, she said. Not because anything is wrong, only because he counted them. He will want to know if numbers failed. By the time the traveler descended, there were 3 people waiting below the last step. Rutger held the chair steady. Ingrid held the stool. Elspeth stood by with an old shawl, watching with the same quiet concern she had carried through the night. Coming down was easier than climbing up, though no less solemn. The mattress tower lifted and shifted behind her. One foot found the chair. One hand found Ingrid's shoulder. Rutger said, "Mind the edge." Elspeth said, "No hurry." The traveler reached the floor with a small, grateful breath. In the kitchen, breakfast waited without ceremony. Porridge steamed in bowls, bread warmed beneath a cloth. Rain tapped rather than knocked against the panes. The traveler sat in the same chair as the night before, changed and not changed. Drier now, but still uncertain where to place her hands. Elspeth poured tea. "Did you rest at all?" she asked. The traveler looked into the cup before answering. "A little, perhaps, in pieces. I nearly slept many times. Then something would trouble me. Not enough to hurt, only enough to call me back." Rutger lowered his spoon. Ingrid lowered hers as well. Elspeth looked toward the ceiling. For one old-fashioned heartbeat, the kitchen held the shape of the tale people might have expected. A stranger, a bed, a sleepless night, a question under the mattresses. Then Ingrid said, "Perhaps it was the loyal mattress." Rutger sighed. Mattresses are not loyal. They all smiled then, even the traveler, and the weight of the old fairy shape loosened before it could settle over them. After breakfast, they returned upstairs together, not to prove anything, not to expose anything, only because bedding had to be taken down, and because Ingrid could not bear the thought that her tower had hidden a flaw she had not noticed. They began from the top. Pillow first, then quilt, then the nursery mattress, which slid sideways the moment Rutger lifted one end. Ingrid counted backward. 10 or 9, depending how one honors a cot mattress. Rutger said proper counting required standards. Ingrid said sleep required mercy. The traveler stood near the window, wrapped in Elspeth's shawl. She watched them unbuild the night. Each layer came away with its own smell: lavender, cedar, feather dust, old wool. The room grew lower by stages, less magical and more ordinary with every lift. Rain slid down the glass behind her, thinner now, almost light. She placed her fingers where she had touched the cold pane in the dark. Morning answered differently, not warm, but gentler. The moor beyond the window had returned as a shape, blurred but visible. At 7 layers remaining, Rutger discovered a button ridge and looked satisfied. "That may have been it," he said. The traveler considered her body's memory and shook her head. No, it was smaller than that, more foolish than that. At 5 layers, Ingrid found a fold in the ticking. She smoothed it with offended care. The traveler smiled and shook her head again. At 3, Rutger found nothing at all and became quietly annoyed with the furniture. At last, they lifted the lowest quilt. Elsbeth bent to gather its edge. Something rolled, almost soundlessly, across the bedstead board and stopped in a seam of morning light. A tiny round thing, brown, hard, no larger than a bead. Ingrid gasped as if the house had performed a trick. Rutger leaned closer. Elspeth placed one hand in her apron pocket, then remembered. "Oh," she said softly, "the pantry jar. I must have put it there last night." The traveler looked at the tiny pea. Then she looked at the empty bedstead, the leaning mattresses, the quilts in heaps, the tired faces of 3 people who had spent half a storm building comfort for someone they did not know. For a moment, no one declared anything. No one said, "This proves it." No one lifted the pea like a jewel. Ingrid began to laugh first, softly, with both hands over her mouth. Rutger tried not to, failed, and looked at the ceiling. Elsbeth laughed last, and her laugh was quietest. "I forgot it entirely," she said. "Such a small, troublesome thing." She picked it up and held it in her palm. It had dented nothing. It had bruised no skin. Yet it had kept company with the whole night. The traveler laughed too, though weariness made it fragile. Relief moved through her with the sound. Not relief that she had been proven. Not relief that anyone would believe a title she herself could barely hold. Relief that the nameless thing had a name after all. "A pea," she said. "All night, a pea." Ingrid nodded with reverence poorly disguised as amusement. Rutger said nothing so small should be so persuasive. Elspeth closed her palm around it and said, "Small things often are." The words settled without preaching. The room did not turn into a court. The bed did not become evidence. The traveler remained only a tired woman in borrowed clothes, standing in gray mourning, known a little better because she had not pretended to rest. Rutger began sorting the mattresses by usefulness. Ingrid began folding quilts into uneven towers. Elsbeth slipped the pea into her apron pocket, then thought better of it and placed it on the table, where everyone could see the absurd culprit. When they went downstairs again, the manor felt different, not changed by revelation, changed by use. A guest room had been opened. Linen had been handled. Fires had been laid. Voices had moved through corridors that had grown used to holding silence. At the kitchen table, Elspeth poured more tea. "You may stay today," she said. "Longer if the roads remain poor." The traveler looked at her, startled by the plainness of the offer. Ingrid pretended to arrange spoons. Rutger inspected the bread knife with unnecessary attention. "I do not know what I can tell you," the traveler said, "about myself." Elsbeth set down the teapot. "Then tell us when you know, or do not. A guest need not arrive complete." The traveler lowered her gaze. Her hands rested around the cup without shaking now. She felt the warmth enter her fingers. She felt the chair beneath her, firm and simple. She felt the room around her, not asking for proof, only making space. Outside, drizzle softened the courtyard stones. The moor lay beyond the gate, waiting without urgency. Somewhere upstairs, the great bed had been reduced to pieces again. Mattress, quilt, pillow, sheet. Not a test, not a monument, only bedding, ready to be useful another night. Ingrid brought more bread. Rutger added a log to the kitchen fire. Elspeth took up her mending, though she did not begin at once. The traveler listened to these ordinary sounds. Knife on board, fire in grate, rain at glass, breath moving evenly at last. No one asked again if she was a princess. The question had become less urgent in daylight. There would be time, perhaps, for memory to return, or not return. There would be time for names, for roads, for letters sent to distant houses. For now, she was the stranger who had knocked, the one they had warmed, the one who had slept badly because a forgotten pea had kept whispering through a mountain of care. That was enough story for one morning. The manor settled around them. Not empty now, not full either, only awake in a gentler way, with a guest at the table and rain thinning at the windows. In that small domestic hush, the old house seemed to rest for the first time in years. No one came to the tower by accident, or so Rapunzel had always been told. The forest hid it too well. It folded its paths back on themselves, buried old tracks beneath fern and moss, and kept the clearing secret beneath a roof of leaves. Yet, on this evening, while the last light slipped from the treetops, a voice she did not know was already making its way toward her. She would not hear it yet, for now there was only the ordinary room, the high window, and the ritual of another night beginning exactly as all the others had begun. The tower had learned the shape of Rapunzel's days so completely that it seemed to breathe with her. It stood alone in the hidden clearing, a narrow column of old stone wrapped in ivy. One high window faced the pale reach of the sky. Morning found that window easily, but evening always took it early. Long before the dark fully arrived, Rapunzel moved through the chamber by habit. She was sure of every chair, shelf, pot, and shadow. She did not yet know that habit itself was about to be disturbed by something as small and dangerous as an answered song. Evening inside the tower had its own weather. The air near the window tasted faintly of rain and leaf mold, while the air near the hearth held ash, old smoke, and the warm dullness of banked coals. The curved wall kept the day's heat in patches, so one stone might still be mild beneath her palm, while the next had already gone cold. From outside came the thin scrape of ivy leaves against mortar, and now and then the tiny ticking of insects hidden somewhere in the green tangle below. She watered the herbs first: basil, mint, lavender, sage, thyme, and a stubborn pot of marjoram stood along the sill. The marjoram had never liked the height. She tipped the pitcher carefully and touched each leaf afterward. The plants did not need it, but rituals gave the hours their shape. Her hair lay behind her in a heavy golden river. It coiled beneath the chair, trailed along the wall, and caught the last square of fading light. Rapunzel lifted it armful by armful so she could cross the room. The weight was familiar, She had learned to move with it rather than against it. The herbs gave the room a small and changeable garden of smells. Mint was bright and clean on her fingers. Lavender was dusty and sweet. Sage clung to the skin longer than the others, and thyme released its scent only when she brushed it by accident with her sleeve. The marjoram, thin-stemmed and sulking, smelled of pepper and warm earth. Rapunzel breathed each scent in slowly, as if they were reports from a country too small to leave her sill and too stubborn to surrender. When the watering was done, she lit the crooked brass lamp and drew the wooden chair near its glow. Then she began to brush her hair, from the ends upward. Each stroke made a low whisper. Bristle through gold, gold against linen, linen against stone. She counted at first, then let the rhythm keep itself. Outside, the sky deepened toward blue-black. Inside, her voice rose without words. It touched the ceiling and returned, softened by the curve of the walls. She had not always been peaceful. Years of questions had changed into drawings, songs, and stories told to herself at dusk. Lamplight changed the color of everything. Her hair, pale in daylight, deepened to honey and amber as it spread across the floor. The brass stem of the lamp glowed where years of polishing had thinned the tarnish. Shadows collected in the shelves and behind the chest, soft at first, then darker as the evening pressed itself against the window. Rapunzel liked the moment before full night, when the room held both the memory of the sun and the promise of the candle, and nothing had yet decided which would rule. The tower had kept her alive. It had given her shelter, seasons, echoes, and a square of sky. Yet even kindness, if it is the only thing allowed, can grow heavy around the heart. Before her song had ended, the evening basket scraped against the outer wall. Rapunzel drew it up and found stew, brown bread, apples, and wildflowers tied with thread. Below, Mother Gothel waited in her gray cloak, one hand pressed to her side, her face tilted toward the window. The basket brought the world in fragments. The stew smelled of barley, onion, and the dark sweetness of carrots cooked slowly. The bread was rough-crusted and still held a little warmth at its center. The apples carried the cold scent of the storehouse, and the wildflowers smelled not of perfume, but of damp stems and crushed grass. Rapunzel set the flowers in a cup and watched one small beetle crawl from a folded petal onto the table. It seemed to her a visitor of its own kind, dazed by the lamplight, and far from where it had begun. Rapunzel let down her hair with the care of someone lowering a bridge. Gothel climbed slowly, kissed Rapunzel's brow, and fussed over the draught, the lamp flame, the loose braid, and the small cough from 2 mornings before. Each question carried care. Each also carried the quiet habit of being obeyed. They ate together at the little table. Gothel spoke of a fox near the brambles, and rain promised by the ache in her knees. Rapunzel listened, because every report from below carried distance inside it. Gothel's presence always changed the room before she spoke. The smell of wet wool and crushed leaves entered with her cloak. Cold air clung to the hem of it and spilled briefly around her boots. Her hands were rough from gathering wood and herbs. But when she touched Rapunzel's cheek, the touch was careful, almost reverent. She saw too much, as she always did. The loose ribbon, the narrow flame, the bowl not yet placed close enough to the heat. Her care moved quickly, finding every small thing that might be corrected. After supper, Gothel brushed the last section of Rapunzel's hair. There had been years when she filled this ritual with warnings about storms, wolves, greedy men, careless girls, and doors that opened only onto sorrow. Now she was quieter. Perhaps she had told every warning too many times. Perhaps she had begun to hear fear in her own voice. When she braided the hair for sleep, she checked the room as if reciting an inward prayer. Fire banked, window latched, lamp filled, bread covered, girl safe. She did not name the unease that sometimes moved beneath these familiar hours. It was too quiet to be rebellion, and too steady to be a passing mood. It lived in the moments after Gothel left, when the air still held the smell of her cloak, and the room seemed to ask what remained when care was gone. Rapunzel loved the old woman. That much was true. She loved the food carried through rain, the hands that had tended fever, the stories told beside the lamp. Yet love had not given the tower a door, and gratitude had not made the window lower. So she had learned to live in layers. In one layer, she was content, brushing her hair, tending herbs, singing to mark the hours. In another, she imagined distances she could not measure, not with bitterness, but with the patience of someone listening for rain before clouds appear. The tower did not feel like a prison every day. Some days, it felt like home. Some days, it felt like home and prison at once. And those were the days she understood least. When Gothel finally descended, the room slowly released her. The scent of her cloak faded into ash and lavender. The floor settled from the strain of Rapunzel bracing herself at the window. The rope outside tapped once, then stilled. Rapunzel stood for a moment, with her hair gathered in both arms, feeling the leaves caught in it, the faint damp from the night air, and the strange tenderness of being trusted as rope, daughter, burden, and bridge, all at once. Gothel did not think of herself as cruel. She loved Rapunzel with a hunger she mistook for devotion. If she feared the girl's leaving, it was because she could not imagine the tower with only one bowl on the table. She descended carefully by Rapunzel's hair and vanished into the trees. Alone again, Rapunzel cleared the dishes, opened the window wider, and sang into the cool night air. Her song moved down the ivy-threaded wall and into the forest. At the edge of the clearing, a lost traveler heard it. He stopped and stood very still. The traveler did not move at first. He had walked too long on too little bread, and the forest had turned him around until every ash and beech looked like one he had already passed. For a moment, he wondered whether the singing had been wind in a hollow branch, or loneliness arranging ordinary sounds into a voice. Yet the last note remained in his memory with a human warmth no branch could have made. He looked up at the high square of lamplight and raised his voice only a little. He said hello into the clearing. The word climbed strangely well. Above him, Rapunzel drew back from the window, her heart striking hard in her throat. The old warnings rose in her, not as sentences, but as feeling. The world was sharp. The world took what was beautiful. The world came wearing gentle voices. She stood hidden in the lamplit room and listened. The traveler tried again. He said he meant no harm. He had lost the northern road. He had heard singing and thought he had imagined it. At last, Rapunzel stepped nearer, though not near enough for the light to show her face, and asked who he was. The question startled them both. He gave his name, but the forest took part of it, and the tower returned it strangely. He said he was a traveler, sometimes a musician, sometimes a collector of old stories, earning supper where he could, and writing down songs before they were forgotten. He made wandering sound almost apologetic, as if it were a habit he had not fully meant to confess. Rapunzel listened as if each word had been passed up to her by hand. Towns, taverns, ink, supper earned by music. She knew such things from books and from Gothel's warnings, but in his voice they were not dangers. They were benches scraping on floors, bowls being filled, rain striking shutters while someone tuned an instrument badly in a corner. He asked whether she had been singing. She said she sang in the evenings, which was true, though smaller than the truth. She sang to mark the hours and to keep silence from growing too thick. He said the song was good, then corrected himself and said it was more than good. But he did not have a better word after so much walking. Rapunzel smiled because he could not see her. She asked whether he always complimented strangers in towers. He answered that he had never met a stranger in a tower before, so he did not yet know his custom. The reply rose lightly, careful not to press too close, and something in her eased by the smallest measure. Neither could see the other clearly. The night kept him as a dark figure among darker trunks. The lamplight behind Rapunzel made the window too bright for his eyes. Their voices had to do all the work. He asked if she lived there alone. The question came too close, so she said only that Mother came in the evenings. He did not press. Instead, he spoke of the wrong turning near a fallen oak, the bread gone hard in his pack, and the map that seemed to know nothing of the forest it claimed to describe. Rapunzel answered with small things of her own: the herbs on the sill, the apple with its bruise turned inward, the wind's different sound before rain, the brush that had lost 3 bristles that week. He confessed that he had once killed a pot of mint, which she told him was almost impressive, though not admirable. Their conversation found a quiet rhythm. Because they could not look at one another, neither could be distracted by faces, clothes, or quick conclusions. There was only the voice below and the voice above, each listening for what was true in the other. The traveler, too, found himself offering more than he intended. He told her that he had left the last village at noon because a woman there had insisted the road north was simple, and that any traveler who lost it must have been trying. He told her his pack held a cracked cup, 2 dull knives, a notebook swollen from damp, and a pair of stockings he no longer trusted. These confessions were not important, yet they made him solid. Rapunzel had spent years imagining the outside world in grand shapes. Here it came to her as sore feet, failed directions, bad stockings, and a man laughing softly at himself in the dark. She answered with the same kind of small honesty. She told him the lamp leaned unless a folded scrap of paper was tucked beneath its foot. She told him the tower wall was warmer near the hearth and colder behind the chest. She told him she could tell the hour by the way the light left one stone before another, and that she had once tried to teach herself the names of all the birds by their shadows, with unreliable results. He listened as if these things mattered. Because he listened, they began to matter differently to her. He did not demand her name, her reason for being there, or a way up. Sometimes she felt him nearly ask. Each time she felt him choose not to. Trust did not arrive like a door flung open. It arrived like a thread lowered from a window, light enough to break if pulled too hard. When he asked if she would sing again, he apologized at once. She said she might, but not yet. Her voice had been alone for so long. For a little while longer, she wanted to hear another one answer. The longer Rapunzel listened to the traveler, the less the tower felt like the whole world, and the more it felt like one room inside it. Nothing had changed in the stone around her. The window was still too high, the forest still hidden, and her hair still lay in a heavy braid across the floor. Yet the night had begun to loosen something she had not known was tied. It did not loosen it violently. It did not tear at her or command her. It simply made a little space where there had only ever been certainty. At length he asked about the tower, not as if he had a right to know, but because wonder had been sitting beside him too long to remain silent. Rapunzel answered gently, and turned aside just as gently. She said the tower was old enough to complain in winter, and young enough to creak in the wind. She said the ivy belonged to itself. She said Mother knew more of its history than she did. He heard the place where the answer closed, and did not push against it. Instead, he asked what the tower was like in winter. That she could answer. It was cold in the mornings, and colder at the window. If the fire was kept low all day, the stones held a little mercy by evening. Frost made feathers on the glass. Sometimes the water in the pitcher formed a skin so thin it cracked like sugar beneath her finger. He told her roads had winters too. Mud swallowed wheels. Inns filled to the rafters. gloves stiffened with rain. Soup cooled before both hands had warmed around the bowl. He spoke without bitterness, because such discomforts belonged to movement. She asked what towns sounded like at night. He told her no two towns slept the same way. A market town settled with cartwheels, shutters, dogs, and the last quarrels of people reluctant to go indoors. A port breathed through ropes, bells, gulls, and water knocking against wood. A farming village quieted early. Only cattle shifted in byres, or someone crossed a yard with a lantern held low. Rapunzel was silent so long he began to apologize, but she stopped him. She was trying to put the sounds in order. She had never heard a port breathe, or a market close, or a village grow quiet around more than one house. The traveler did not ask how such a thing could be possible. His silence held surprise, pity perhaps, and restraint. Rapunzel was grateful for restraint. She said she had seen the tops of trees in every season, storms arriving from the west, birds turning all at once, and the clearing changing from flowers to nettles to leaves to snow. She was not empty of the world. She had simply known it from one height through one frame in one long lesson of distance. He answered that seeing one place slowly was also a kind of knowledge. Many travelers crossed countries without truly seeing more than their own blisters. The kindness of the answer did not erase the truth, so she trusted it. Still, something had changed inside her. Roads joined towns. Towns leaned toward rivers. Rivers found ports. Ports opened to seas she had only imagined. She told him, haltingly, that she had never stood in a market, never chosen bread from a baker's table, never watched rain strike a street, never sat in a room where strangers spoke at other tables. He asked whether she wished to see such things. The answer should have been simple, but wanting had never been simple in the tower. Want was wrapped in gratitude, fear, debt, and the old command to be safe. At last, she said she wondered. She wondered what bread smelled like when many loaves cooled together, whether rivers were louder near bridges, and what her own voice would sound like without stone returning it to her. The traveler listened and said that wondering was a beginning, not a betrayal. Far from the tower, Mother Gothel opened her eyes in the dark. Sleep had not held her. Then she heard voices, only a murmur at first, carried thinly through the trees where no murmur should have been. She knew Rapunzel's voice, the way one knows the sound of one's own door opening. Another voice answered it. Gothel rose without lighting a lamp. Rage would have been easier. But what moved through her was fear, old and private. The fear of a room emptied before one has prepared to be alone. She went quietly through the trees and stopped at the edge of the clearing. The traveler sat below the tower, not touching the wall, not calling for Rapunzel to come down, only listening. Above him, Rapunzel's voice moved through the night, low and careful. Gothel had imagined herself necessary, the one bridge between the tower and the world. Now a stranger's voice had crossed the distance without rope or permission. It had reached Rapunzel, and because it had done so gently, it wounded her more deeply than force would have done. For a time, neither of them spoke. Rapunzel watched the moonlight move across the inside edge of the sill, and the traveler watched the tower's shadow shorten across the grass as the moon rose higher. That shared silence was unlike her ordinary silences. Her usual silences belonged to stone, habit, and waiting. This one had another person inside it. It asked nothing of her, yet it kept her company. She thought perhaps this was one of the things people in villages took for granted, the simple nearness of another wakeful mind. Hidden among the trees, Gothel heard only fragments. The cold at the window, a road after rain, a market at night. Each fragment was harmless by itself, but together they formed a language from which she had kept Rapunzel apart. Gothel felt no dramatic certainty, only the old ache of being replaced by something she could not forbid without revealing the shape of her fear. She had always told herself that keeping Rapunzel safe was the same as keeping her near. In the dark, with another voice rising to the window, the difference between those two things became painfully clear. The traveler sensed the night changing, though he did not know why. The hour was late, and the kindest thing was not to ask for more. He said he should let her sleep. Rapunzel wanted the conversation to end and not end. He said he could return another evening if she wished it. Only if she wished it. He would not come near the wall unless she wanted his voice there. To Rapunzel, the offer sounded like patience. To Gothel, hidden among the trees, It sounded like the beginning of loss. Rapunzel said that if he came, she might answer. By morning, nothing in the tower had moved. And yet, Rapunzel knew she could not return to the day before. The bed was still against the wall. The herbs still crowded the sill, and the long braid still lay beside her like a familiar weight. But the room no longer held the whole of her life without question. The night had not opened a door. It had opened a thought. And thoughts, once opened, were harder to close. At the base of the tower, the traveler woke stiffly among the roots. He did not call upward. He brushed leaves from his cloak, looked once at the high window, and found the path he had missed in darkness. Rapunzel watched him go from within the room. By daylight, he was ordinary, not a prince shaped by story, not a danger carved from warning, but a tired traveler with a crooked strap, mud on one boot, and hair flattened by sleep. That ordinariness made the night more real. She began the morning rituals, because rituals did not require certainty. She folded the blanket, stirred the ash, warmed water, untied the blue ribbon, and brushed her hair from the ends upward. The sound was the same soft whisper as always. Yet she could not count the strokes properly. Her thoughts kept moving toward roads, rivers, bread cooling in rows, and rooms where strangers spoke at other tables. The tower was still here. Gothel was still real. Love and fear still lived tangled together. But the world beyond the clearing had acquired a voice. The voice had said it could return. Gothel arrived later than usual. Rapunzel heard the careful footstep, the breath before the upward call, the basket rope nudging stone. This morning, there was an extra stillness between those sounds. Rapunzel let down her hair, and Gothel took hold. But for a moment, she did not climb. Her fingers closed around the golden length with a tenderness that looked almost like apology. When she entered, she did not mention the night. She set the basket on the table and looked toward the window. It had been left open a hand's width. They ate together in the morning light. Usually, Gothel filled breakfast with small concerns, but today she spoke less. Rapunzel chose a question small enough to survive the room. She asked whether markets truly smelled different in the morning than at night. Gothel's hand stilled. At last she said, "Markets were loud in the morning. Fishmongers calling, carts arriving, hens complaining in baskets, children underfoot. Her voice held the old warning shape, but not its old certainty. Rapunzel heard her trying to make the market sound dangerous and finding ordinary nuisance instead. Rapunzel asked whether the bread was good there. Gothel looked at the loaf between them and smiled without meaning to. Sometimes, she said, if the baker had not been lazy. Rapunzel did not press. She asked whether horses were as large as she imagined. Larger, Gothel said. Foolish around puddles. Clever around apples. Not to be trusted with unattended sleeves. The answer made Rapunzel smile, and Gothel looked away. For years, she had brought the world upward in controlled pieces. Bread without bakery, flowers without meadow, stories without path. Now, Rapunzel was asking for the places around the gifts. Rapunzel asked one more question. What roads smelled like after rain? Gothel stood with her back to the room before answering. Mud, she said. Wet leaves. Horse leather. Smoke, if there are houses nearby. Sometimes crushed grass. Sometimes stone. Sometimes nothing but cold. Roads are tiring, she added. Rapunzel nodded. So are rooms, she said softly, when they are the only rooms one knows. Gothel did not answer. Morning light reached farther across the floor because the window remained open, touching the brush, the ribbon, the herbs, and the place where Gothel stood, unable to speak. After Gothel left, the room held the trace of her presence in the shifted chair, the covered bread, and the faint smell of damp wool. Rapunzel did not rush to the window. She sat first with the brush in her lap and let the silence settle. There had been no argument. Nothing had been solved. Yet the morning had contained answers that were not warnings, and that alone felt enormous. Gothel had remembered roads as mud, leaves, leather, smoke, stone, and cold. She had not denied them. She had made them real. Rapunzel touched the window latch and then withdrew her hand. She was beginning to understand that change did not have to announce itself loudly to be real. A latch could be lifted a little farther. A question could be asked without accusation. A voice could return and still wait at the edge of the clearing. These were not escapes, but they were openings. They did not break the tower. They altered the air inside it. Near midday, after Gothel had gone, Rapunzel saw the traveler return between the trees. He walked slowly, not hiding and not hurrying, his wooden case across his back. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, far enough from the wall that the distance remained respected. He looked up only briefly, then lowered his gaze, giving her time to decide whether the day would contain his voice. That patience did not solve the tower or untangle Gothel's fear, but it made room around them, and room mattered. Rapunzel thought of the endings old stories would have demanded: a ladder of hair, a brave climb, a cry of rescue, a flight through the forest. No such ending rose in her. Instead, she placed both hands on the window frame and lifted the latch higher than usual. The window gave its familiar creak, then another, lower and older, as if surprised by its own movement. Morning light entered in a wide sheet and spilled across the floor. It touched the herbs, the brush, the blue ribbon, the books, Rapunzel's feet, and the long fall of her hair. She did not leave the tower that morning. She only opened the window wider than it had been opened in years, and stood in the new light without stepping back from it. The tower remained. The clearing remained. Gothel's fear remained. So did the traveler's patient distance. But the room had changed. A little more mourning had entered it, and Rapunzel, with quiet deliberation, let it stay. On the morning Thumbelina was born, the old woman almost missed the miracle. The room was still blue with the last of night. The kettle had only begun to warm, and the garden outside lay silvered with dew. On the windowsill stood the little clay pot she had tended for weeks, its single closed bud quiet as a secret. She came to water it as she always did, slowly and without expectation. But before the first drop touched the soil, the bud trembled. One pale petal loosened, then another. The old woman set down the cup and held her breath, because something inside the flower was waking. The little clay pot had been hers to tend since the late spring rains, grown from a seed given to her by a passing traveler who had asked only for a seat by the stove and a bowl of warm soup. The seed had been no bigger than a speck of dust, but the old woman had planted it as carefully as if it were a treasure. She pressed the soil around it with the tip of one finger, set it where the first morning light would find it, and watered it drop by drop. For many weeks there was only a green thread, then 2 soft leaves, then a stem, then a single bud closed so tightly it seemed to be keeping a secret. The old woman never hurried it. She turned the pot when the sun leaned too far to one side. She spoke near it in the evenings while she mended or rested her hands in her lap. The bud sat beside her in silence, gathering itself for whatever it was meant to become. Then, on the first truly warm morning, the flower opened. It did not burst. It unfolded slowly, petal by petal, pale gold at the edges and pink toward the heart. Dew shone inside it like clear glass. The old woman bent close, holding her breath, and there, in the fragrant hollow of the blossom, sat a girl no longer than her thumb. The tiny girl blinked at the room. Her hair was fine as corn silk, and her hands were small enough to close around the stem of a violet. She looked neither frightened nor lost, only quietly curious, as if she had expected light and warmth and this kind face looking down at her. The old woman held out her palm, and after a moment, the girl stepped onto it with the careful balance of a bird testing a branch. The old woman called her Thumbelina. It was a small name, but it held a whole beginning. The flower cup, the warm hand, the first light on the window, and the wonder of finding a life where there had been only a bud. Thumbelina accepted it with a solemn nod, as if a name were a garment, and this one would do until she had grown into herself. In the days after her naming, the old woman made Thumbelina a walnut shell cradle lined with rose petals and the softest wool pulled from an old blue shawl. At night, the cradle rested near the lamp, where the flame breathed gold against the walls and made the shadows move like slow water. Thumbelina slept there, with one hand tucked beneath her cheek, while the old woman sat nearby and listened to the tiny rhythm of her breathing. It comforted her more than any clock. In the mornings, she set out acorn cup breakfasts, a drop of milk, a crumb of bread softened with honey, and sometimes a seed as small as a thought. Thumbelina learned the room by wandering across folded handkerchiefs and climbing the ridges of embroidery as if they were hills. The spool of thread became a tower. A thimble made a shining seat. The old woman's knitting basket was a forest of warm wool and wooden needles, smelling faintly of lavender and soap. Nothing in the house hurried her. Even the dust motes drifted as though they had all the time in the world. Yet, from the start, Thumbelina belonged not only to the cup and cradle, but to the small attentions that gathered around her. She listened when rain tapped the glass and answered with taps of her own against a pea pod. She watched the old woman bake and thought flour falling from a hand looked like pale weather. When the cottage door opened, she smelled the world beyond it: damp soil, cut herbs, smoke from distant chimneys, and once, after a storm, the bright mineral scent of puddles cooling under the sky. The old woman noticed how her little face turned toward every sound outside. She never scolded her for it. Instead, she carried the flower pot to the sunniest place and lifted Thumbelina to the rim, where she could sit with her feet among the leaves and look out. The garden beyond the window seemed impossibly large, but it did not frighten her. It waited, and Thumbelina, who had woken inside a blossom, understood that some doors opened slowly, petal by petal, until one day they were wide enough to step through. Sometimes, before sleep, the old woman carried Thumbelina to the open window and let her sit safely in the curve of her palm. The evening air moved over them, smelling of mint, damp stone, and flowers closing for the night. Thumbelina would listen to the far-off creak of branches and the sleepy chirr of grasshoppers hidden below the sill. And the old woman would hum songs she had known since childhood, songs with no hurry in them and no sharp endings. In those moments, Thumbelina felt held by two worlds at once: the warm room behind her, with its lamp and cradle and quiet hands, and the dark garden before her, breathing patiently beneath the stars. She did not yet know which world would claim more of her life. She only knew that both were gentle with her, and that wonder, like sleep, often began with being still enough to notice what was already near. By summer, Thumbelina knew the windowsill as well as a sailor knows a shore. But knowing it no longer felt like enough. She knew the lifted places in the old paint, the hollow where a drop of water gathered after the flower pots were watered, and the exact hour when sunlight widened across the wood. Beyond the glass, the garden grew tall and green. At first, she only watched it. A single leaf could fill the window like a sail, and when the old woman opened the window, the warm smell of earth, stems, herbs, and sunlit stone rushed into the room so strongly that Thumbelina had to sit down inside the rim of a geranium leaf and breathe carefully. Each day, the garden called more softly and more clearly until listening was no longer enough. It called in the brushing of grass against the house, in the bees moving heavily through the flowers, in the silver trails of snails along the step, and in the bright, hidden chatter of sparrows in the hedge. One still afternoon, while the old woman slept in her chair, Thumbelina climbed down from the sill. She did not leave because she was unhappy. She left because an open door had become impossible not to enter. The first blade of grass she touched was taller than she was. Dew lay along it in round, trembling beads, each holding the sky upside down. When one drop slid free and broke beside her in cold, bright fragments, Thumbelina laughed at the strange discovery that beauty and danger could sometimes be made of the same shining thing. That first day, she wandered only as far as the clover, though it felt to her as if she had crossed a country. She rested beneath wide leaves when the sun grew strong, drank from the edge of a dewdrop, and sat in the yellow heart of a daisy while bees came and went with a low, steady thunder. They paid her no more attention than they paid the breeze, and from watching them, she understood that the garden was not merely a place to look at. It was a place where every creature was carrying, building, searching, or returning home. In the weeks that followed, the garden became her school. She learned to pause when a bird shadow crossed the grass. She learned that leaves turning pale meant rain was coming, and ants closing their little doors meant the evening would be wet. She learned which moss held water after noon, which stones kept warmth after sunset, and how time could scent her dress for hours. A black beetle showed her a dry passage beneath the marigolds after she helped him push a curl of pear skin over a root. A ladybird landed on her knee in a bindweed flower and returned often enough that Thumbelina began speaking to her as she walked. She also learned the garden's kindnesses, which were smaller than its dangers and therefore easier to miss. A foxglove bell held shade exactly when her shoulders ached from walking. The underside of a strawberry leaf stayed dry through a sudden shower. When wind knocked a nest of dry grass from the hedge, she took 3 strands and twisted them into a belt, then felt as pleased as if she had learned a craft from a queen. Once she found a snail shell abandoned beside the parsley and used it as a shelter during a warm night of rain. The storm made a deep music on its curved roof, and Thumbelina, curled inside with her knees to her chest, felt the strange sweetness of being alone, but not abandoned. By morning, the shell smelled of wet chalk and green stems, and when she stepped out, the whole garden glittered, as though someone had carefully polished every leaf while she slept. Her confidence grew slowly, as fruit fills on a branch. She crossed the herb bed by stepping along fallen rosemary needles. She floated on a rose petal in the rain barrel, steering with a grass stem. She slept once inside a lily and woke to the dawn shining through the white petals, until the whole world seemed made of milk and light. The old woman still left crumbs and drops of milk on the sill, and Thumbelina still returned when she wished to. But the sill was no longer the edge of everything. It was one dear place among many. Not every creature she met became a friend, but each taught her something worth keeping. A caterpillar, green and solemn, shared a mullein leaf and advised her never to trust a shadow that moved faster than the wind. A spider showed her how a web could be both road and trap, depending on who stepped there. Once, a young robin landed too near and tilted his head at her with bright, measuring eyes. Thumbelina stood very still beneath a dock leaf, while her heart beat hard enough to shake her whole body. The robin flew away after finding a worm, but for the rest of that day, the garden seemed larger, and she was careful with her bravery. Courage, she discovered, was not the same as forgetting fear. It was listening to fear, thanking it for the warning, and still choosing the next right step. Summer settled into a gentle pattern. Wet leaves in the morning, humming heat at noon, seed fluff in the afternoon, and evenings blue with the scent of lavender. Then, almost without announcement, the light began to change. It came later to the sill and left earlier from the wall. The bees worked with a heavier urgency. Seed heads replaced flowers. One yellow leaf lay face down on the path. The first cold night found Thumbelina beyond the bean rows and changed the garden forever. She had followed the scent of fallen apples farther than she meant to go. At sunset, she curled inside the bell of a late nasturtium, expecting the flower to hold the day's warmth. But darkness came sharp and damp. The petals cooled around her. Moisture gathered in her hair. The soil breathed cold up through her feet. Morning brought pale sun, but it did not erase what the night had taught her. The garden was still beautiful, but beneath its beauty ran a new instruction. Summer had been a room with open doors. Autumn would ask where she could sleep when flowers closed, where she could be warm when stones kept no heat, and where a life as small as hers might rest while the great world turned cold above it. Before she sought shelter, Thumbelina spent one final afternoon saying farewell to summer without meaning to. She walked the paths she had loved most, touching the rosemary bridge, the daisy cup, the smooth stone that had warmed her feet after rain. The ladybird came once and settled on her sleeve, then opened her spotted wings and vanished toward the thinning vines. Even the bees seemed fewer, moving slowly through the last open blossoms, as if gathering not only pollen, but memories. Thumbelina found a fallen apple leaf, gold at the edges and red at the stem, and wrapped it around her shoulders for warmth. It was too stiff to be a cloak, but it rustled comfortingly as she walked. When evening lowered itself over the beds, she looked back at the garden and understood that leaving a season was not betrayal. It was simply the way living things survived long enough to greet another. When autumn settled over the garden, Thumbelina found the openings beneath the briar roots and understood at once that the season was asking a harder question than summer ever had. Where does a small life go when the flowers close? The openings were not doors, but after summer's wide, roofless world, they looked almost like invitations. Narrow, dark places where old roots bent together and the soil held a faint, stored warmth. She called softly before entering, because the garden had taught her that small lives survived partly by courtesy. After a pause, a pointed nose appeared, then two bright eyes, and the compact gray-brown face of a field mouse who looked practical, wary, and thoroughly prepared for weather. This was Mistress Briar, keeper of the burrow, gatherer of seeds, and owner of more dried grass than any creature within 7 roots of the hedge. She did not ask where Thumbelina had come from, until she had first asked whether Thumbelina had eaten. Hunger, in Mistress Briar's view, was more urgent than history. Thumbelina told her of the windowsill, the flower, the wandering summer, and the cold night that had shown her how little she knew of autumn. Mistress Briar listened without softening her expression, though she nudged a beech-nut shell toward her with one claw. The burrow was small, but to Thumbelina it felt like a whole house folded into the earth. Its chamber was dry and smooth, the color of toasted bread, with hollows for sleeping, stores of seeds and roots, and fine white threads of root crossing the ceiling like stitching. Mistress Briar offered shelter in the manner of someone offering a kindness that must also be swept, sorted, and earned. Thumbelina could stay through the first hard cold if she helped mend the grass lining, dry roots near the upper vent, sort seeds, and watch for rainwater. Thumbelina agreed gladly. After summer's wandering openness, there was comfort in work that had edges, so her life changed again. Morning no longer arrived as sunlight through leaves, but as the faint paling of soil near the entrance, and the small, purposeful sounds of Mistress Briar beginning her rounds. Outside, rain ticked against dead leaves. Wind pressed along the hedge, and the paths Thumbelina had known disappeared beneath amber, brown, and silver. Mistress Briar was not unkind, though her kindness came wrapped in warnings. She taught Thumbelina which seeds to save, how to smooth a tunnel wall after rain, and how to sleep with her feet tucked close so warmth did not wander out through her toes. Through Mistress Briar, Thumbelina met Master Undern, a mole who lived beyond the lower passage in tunnels broader and older than the mouse's own. He was dark-coated, velvet-backed, and nearsighted in the patient way of one who had never needed to look far. His home was excellent by underground measures. Dry, round chambers, roots hung in careful rows, grains laid on flat stones, and a listening room where rainwater murmured somewhere above the ceiling. Everything was arranged for comfort, safety, and predictability. Nothing there depended on weather. Nothing, Thumbelina thought, could see the sky. At first, Thumbelina admired the order of it all. There was a comfort in baskets filled before hunger arrived, dry walls before rain fell, and paths known so well that even darkness could not confuse them. Mistress Briar measured autumn by preparation, not color. A red leaf at the entrance meant stuffing the draft gap. A sharper moon meant checking the seed stores twice. Thumbelina began to understand that safety was not a single gift, but 1,000 small decisions made before they were needed. She took pride in learning where each pile belonged. Poppy seeds in the upper hollow, barley crumbs near the flat stone, dried berry skins wrapped in grass, and apple peel curled high where damp could not reach it. When Mistress Briar nodded once at a correctly sorted store, Thumbelina felt warmer than if she had been praised aloud. Master Undurn was kind, and Thumbelina respected the care woven into his world. After the uncertainty of the first cold night, she understood why such a place might seem almost perfect. Yet, as she walked beside him, one hand trailing along the smooth wall, something inside her grew very still. The tunnels were warm, but the warmth did not move. The air had no green scent, no rain coming, no flowers opening beyond the hedge. One creature's shelter, she began to understand, could be another creature's cage, even when no one meant harm. Still, each evening, when Mistress Briar closed the burrow mouth with leaves and packed earth, Thumbelina listened for the muffled world beyond it. Rain had many voices underground, a whisper through roots, a patter on buried stones, a far drumming where the path lay hard above them. Wind became pressure rather than sound. The stars, which she had never touched but had trusted, disappeared from daily life. She tried to be grateful, and mostly she was. Her bed was dry, her hands were busy, her stomach was full. Yet gratitude could not quiet the small ache that woke whenever a memory of open air passed through her. She began storing such memories carefully, like seeds. The yellow daisy heart, the rose petal boat, the white lily dawn. She did not know what they were for, only that a person should not discard what had once made her feel fully awake. The forgotten passage lay beyond Master Undurn's store chambers, past a low arch of root and clay, and it seemed to be waiting for someone who still remembered the sky. Mistress Briar disliked it because it wasted warmth. Master Undurn disliked it because it was irregular. Thumbelina noticed it because a thin thread of outside air moved through it, carrying the scent of frost and far-off leaves. One afternoon, while sorting seeds after rain, she heard a sound from that direction, so faint she mistook it for water. She crept toward it. The passage narrowed. Dust clung to her hands, and the cold strengthened with every step. Then she saw something pale beneath a fall of dry soil and broken grass. Something that did not belong to the earth at all. It was a swallow. His wings were folded awkwardly against his body, one half buried in tunnel dust, the other open enough to show a blue-black sheen beneath the dirt. His breast rose so slightly she had to kneel close to be sure he was alive. Thumbelina called for Mistress Briar, and for once the field mouse came without complaint. Master Undern followed more slowly, troubled by the disturbance, but too courteous to ignore it. Mistress Briar declared that birds belonged above ground, and trouble followed anything with wings. Master Undern murmured that the passage should be closed before more cold entered. Thumbelina heard them, but her attention stayed on the swallow's breathing. It came like a lantern flame in wind, dimming, lifting, dimming again. His name, when he later had strength enough to give it, was Fen. That first day, he was only a cold body in the earth, too late for the great leaving of his kind, and too weak to follow the others south. Thumbelina took off the small shawl Mistress Briar had woven from thistledown and laid it over his breast. Then she placed both hands against him and felt, beneath feathers and chill, the faint beat of a heart made for warm air and distance. The burrow changed after that, not loudly, but in the way a room changes when someone ill is sleeping nearby. Mistress Briar grumbled as she surrendered scraps of grass and a careful corner of stored moss. Master Undern objected to the cold passage remaining open, then quietly widened the turn so Thumbelina could pass more easily with water. Thumbelina lined the hollow around Fen with dry stems, brought drops of water in an acorn cup, and softened crumbs between her hands. At night, she sat beside him, while autumn moved over the ground above them, shaking loose the last leaves from the hedge. Caring for Fen gave Thumbelina's autumn a new center. Before, her tasks had belonged to the burrow. Now they belonged also to a life that pointed beyond it. She tore moss into softer pieces, learned how little water a bird could swallow at once, and warmed seeds against her own body before pressing them near his beak. Sometimes he stirred and made a sound like wind trapped in a reed. Sometimes he lay so still that she held her breath until his breast moved again. Mistress Briar insisted that hope should be measured like food stores, sensibly and without waste. But Thumbelina found hope difficult to weigh. It grew in her whenever Fen accepted one more crumb, whenever his claws flexed against the grass, whenever the faint blue of his feathers showed through the dust. By the time the first true frost sealed the garden paths, she was no longer only hiding from winter. She was keeping a little piece of spring alive in the dark. The small acts of care altered the others too. But winter arrived before any of them were ready for what care would cost. Mistress Briar still counted every crumb, yet she began setting aside the softest ones before Thumbelina asked. Master Undern, who had once spoken of the surface as if it were an unreliable roof, asked one evening what a cloud looked like from below. Thumbelina described one as best she could. Wool loosened across blue glass, a traveling island, a pale thought moving where no tunnel could follow. He listened gravely, then said that perhaps the upper world had its own architecture after all. In the burrow, silence changed as well. It was no longer merely the silence of creatures hiding from cold. It became a listening silence, gathered around the faint breath of the swallow and the stubborn hope of the girl beside him. By the time the frost sealed the last root holes and the passage grew cold enough to sting her hands, Thumbelina understood that autumn had only led her to the threshold. Winter would ask whether she could keep choosing hope, when hope had become work. Winter entered by degrees, but for Thumbelina it became most real in the forgotten passage, where one small breath had to be guarded through the dark. First came frost on the grass, then silence in the hedges, then a hardening of the earth above the burrow, until every sound from the surface seemed far away. Beneath the briar roots, Mistress Briar's rooms grew smaller with use and warmer with habit, while the forgotten passage became the place where Thumbelina measured the season, one breath at a time. Fen lived through the first night, then the second, and after that, Thumbelina stopped counting the nights as proof that he might survive. She counted them as a promise she had joined herself to keeping. Each morning, she warmed a drop of water near the packed earth, carried softened crumbs and crushed seeds, and waited while he took what little he could. His beak moved with effort. After each feeding, he sank back beneath the grass, as if staying alive required all the strength he had. She spoke to him while she worked, softly and without expecting an answer. She told him about the summer garden because she thought a bird might need the memory of air, the rose-petal boat, the ladybird on her knee, the scent of thyme, the first blade of grass taller than herself. Sometimes, when she mentioned the sky, Fen's eyelids trembled. Sometimes his breathing changed, not stronger exactly, but more attentive, as though some part of him had turned toward her from a long way off. Mistress Briar pretended not to become interested. She still called him the bird, or that great feathery inconvenience. But she began saving the finest grass from her own bedding to tuck around him. Master Undern visited less often, yet when he came with care. He packed cracks where wind entered, deepened the channel that kept water from the passage, and listened to Fenn's faint breathing with the serious attention he gave underground rivers. He did not understand longing for the air, but he understood a body trying to mend. As the weeks passed, care became the shape of Thumbelina's winter. She woke, warmed water, listened, fed, waited, and repaired the little nest around Fenn's folded body. She learned that trust could be quieter than friendship at first. The moment he stopped flinching at her approach, the day he kept his eyes open while she set the cup beside him, the morning his heartbeat no longer fluttered like a trapped moth beneath her hands. There were nights when the work frightened her. A sudden silence from Fenn could wake her from sleep. A draft through the passage could undo an hour of warming. Once, ice sealed the outer vent so tightly that the air turned dull, and Master Undern spent half the night pushing a narrow channel through frozen soil, while Mistress Briar scolded the weather as if it were an ill-mannered visitor. Thumbelina sat beside Fenn, with both arms around the acorn cup to keep its water from freezing. She was tired in a way summer had never taught her. Not the tiredness of walking far, but of caring long. Yet even this tiredness had a quiet honor in it. It told her that love was not only delight or wonder, but returning again and again to the same small task, because another life was depending on it. He spoke her name for the first time in the middle of a snowfall she could not see. The surface was sealed in white, and below the earth the storm arrived as a great, soft absence. Thumbelina had just finished smoothing the grass near his breast when Fenn opened one dark eye and shaped her name carefully, as if it were a seed he did not wish to crush. It was barely more than breath, but it filled the passage. She smiled and answered him by name too, having heard Mistress Briar mutter it after he whispered it in fevered sleep. After that, Fenn returned slowly to himself. His voice came first, thin but clear, and with it came fragments of the life he had nearly lost. Roof lines warming in sun, gnats above rivers, wind holding different instructions in each layer of air, and the pull that passes through swallows when the season turns. Thumbelina listened, as she had once listened to the garden, learning that the sky had paths too, though no one had laid them down where feet could follow. As Fenn's stories lengthened, the passage seemed to widen around them. He described flying so high that rivers became ribbons, chimneys became warm dots, and forests seemed to breathe mist at dawn. He told her how swallows read the earth by scent, shine, and remembered wind, how they could feel weather traveling long before clouds arrived, and how the South was not one place, but many. Barns under red roofs, white cliffs with salt on them, reeds bending over wide water, orchards where insects rose like sparks in the evening. Thumbelina did not imagine these things as escape. She imagined them as rooms she had not yet entered. The world, which had once been a windowsill, then a garden, then a burrow, grew larger each time Fenn spoke, until even winter's darkness seemed less like an ending and more like a pause between open doors. In return, she told him what it meant to be small among roots and grass, how dew could be a pond, a crumb, a meal, a human room, a plain of wooden hills, and a single opened flower, both cradle and doorway. Fenn listened without pity. To him, small did not mean lesser. It meant precise. It meant near enough to notice the weight of dew, the pulse of a seed, and the shadow of a wing before the wing itself. During the deepest stillness of winter, Master Undern spoke to Thumbelina of staying, and the offer was gentle enough to hurt. He stood beside the passage to his own tunnels and told her gently that there was room for her underground if she wished it. A chamber could be prepared, dry, secure, near Mistress Briar for company, and sheltered from wind, birds, frost, and every uncertainty of the surface. He did not speak as though claiming her future. He simply offered what he knew to be good. Thumbelina felt the kindness in it, and because she felt it, she answered with care. She told him his tunnels were beautiful in their way, and that his walls held warmth better than any place she had known. Then she looked down the smooth, dark passage and understood that comfort alone could not be belonging. A life could be safe and still not fit. A room could be kind and still have no window. Master Undern accepted this with sadness, but not anger. if she ever needed shelter again, he said, his tunnels would remain where they were. When the thaw began, everything changed by degrees again. A drop fell from the upper passage and struck the floor bright as a bell. The packed earth loosened. Mistress Briar opened the entrance for a little longer each day, sniffing suspiciously while pale light slipped across the burrow floor. The smell of the surface returned first, as damp leaves, then as cold grass, then as something green stirring beneath the old brown cover of the year. Fen felt it before any of them. His head lifted when the mild air entered. His feathers lay brighter after he cleaned them. The injured wing began to open farther each morning. Thumbelina helped him exercise it in the narrow passage, counting slow movements while he steadied himself against the wall. The first time he stretched both wings fully, they filled the space with shadow and shimmer. Mistress Briar complained he would knock down the ceiling. Master Undern quietly said the wing was healing true. The day Fen climbed to the surface, the sky was pale and washed clean by rain. Thumbelina walked beside him through the briar opening, one hand lightly against his warm shoulder. The garden was not yet summer's green mansion, but it was no longer winter's closed book. Crocus tips pushed through the soil like painted flames. The grass was short and wet. Somewhere beyond the cottage, a thrush tried a few uncertain notes, as if remembering a song from another life. Fen did not fly at once. He stood under the hedge, feeling wind move through his feathers, and Thumbelina stood with him. There was no need to hurry the moment simply because it had arrived. At last, he gave one small leap, opened his wings, and rose no higher than the briar's lowest branch. The second flight carried him to the garden stone. The third lifted him into open air. And when he circled back, his shadow moved over Thumbelina, not like warning, but like greeting. Thumbelina laughed then, not loudly, but with a sound like water finding light under ice. All winter she had known Fen mostly as breath, feather, patience, and need. Now she saw him as he knew himself, a body made for lift, balance, and returning. His wings did not make him larger than the creatures who had sheltered him. They simply made him true. Mistress Briar watched from the entrance, with her paws folded tightly, pretending that the brightness in her eyes came from the wind. Master Undern stood half in shadow, his nose lifted toward the sky he could not love, but had learned to respect. For a little while, all of them remained there, together. The mouse of the burrow, the mole of the deep ground, the tiny girl of the flower, and the swallow of the open air. None of their worlds were the same, yet winter had taught them to meet at the edge between them. In the days that followed, Fen grew stronger. He returned to her after every flight, landing carefully near the briar roots. They both knew the question before either asked it. Fen spoke of warm air to the south, of meadows beyond the fields, and of small folk he had once glimpsed among flowers bright as pollen. He did not offer rescue. There was nothing here from which Thumbelina needed saving. He offered direction, company, and the possibility that the restlessness she had carried since the windowsill had been a kind of knowing all along. Thumbelina made her choice calmly. She visited the old woman's sill once more and laid a spring crocus petal beside the clay pot where she had been found. The old woman saw it later and smiled with wondering sadness, as if she understood without needing to be told. Thumbelina thanked her in the quiet of her heart, not for keeping her forever, but for keeping her first. She thanked Mistress Briar and Master Undern too. Mistress Briar fussed over a seed bundle far too small to be sensible and pressed it into her arms anyway. Master Undern gave her a smooth white pebble from his deepest tunnel, a reminder that the earth would always be beneath her, no matter how high she went. Then Thumbelina climbed onto Fen's back without fear. His feathers were warm beneath her hands, layered and strong. He waited until she had settled herself between his shoulders, then spread his wings. The first lift took them above the briar. The second carried them over the garden path. The third opened the whole cottage beneath her, roof, chimney, windowsill and all, shrinking into a dear small shape she could hold in memory. The air met her face, cold and bright. Fields spread beyond the cottage, furrowed, silvered, and waking. Every height changed the world, but did not erase what she had learned close to the ground. The beetle under the marigolds, the warmth of Mistress Briar's burrow, and the smooth quiet of Master Undern's walls were all part of her now. Near evening, they came to a meadow beyond a low line of willows, where the ground sloped toward a clear stream, and the flowers grew so thickly that the place seemed woven from color, as if every petal had been waiting for her without knowing her name. Primroses opened under the trees. Bluebells gathered in shade. tiny white stars of stitchwort shone among the grasses. Fen landed beside a cluster of violets, and at first Thumbelina thought the flowers themselves were moving. Then one lifted its face and smiled. Fen stayed until the meadow shadows grew long, hopping from stem to stem, while Thumbelina learned the first names of the flower folk. There was a child who slept in a bluebell cup, an elder who mended torn wings for moths, and a quiet gardener who knew how to coax warmth from stones after sunset. No one asked Thumbelina to explain herself quickly. They let her look, listen, and breathe. A primrose was offered as a temporary room. Its petals curved close enough for privacy, but open enough to see the sky. Thumbelina touched the yellow walls and felt no ache of confinement. This was shelter with a doorway, rest with room for wings. When Fen lowered his head to say goodbye for the night, she pressed her cheek to his feathered brow. Their journey together had ended in one sense, yet friendship did not feel finished. It felt like a path continuing in two directions at once. Others stepped from beneath the leaves, small as she was and bright-eyed among petals and moss. They did not marvel at her size or ask whether she meant to become something else. They made room for her as naturally as flowers make room for light. Thumbelina stood among them while evening warmed around her. Behind her lay the windowsill, the summer garden, the autumn burrow, the winter passage, and the long, faithful beat of a swallow's heart beneath her hands. Before her lay a meadow filled with doors she did not yet know how to open. She had not been carried away from danger. She had been carried toward belonging. And when the first evening star appeared above the meadow, she knew she had arrived. Goldilocks should have turned back when she saw the forest, but the road behind her had become more frightening than the trees ahead. She had not slept under a proper roof for days. Time had narrowed to the sting in her heels, the weight of her satchel, and the dull, patient hunger beneath her ribs. She carried very little: a folded shawl, linen wrapped in oilcloth, a small comb, a crust of bread gone too hard to chew, and a purse so light it made no sound. At the bottom of the satchel lay a brass button she had not meant to bring. She had thought about throwing it away many times, but each time her fingers closed around it instead. It was useless, except that it belonged to the life behind her, and she was not yet far enough away to let every piece of it go. The forest path was kinder than the open road, because it showed her only the next few yards. It bent between roots and stones, asking for one step, then another, and Goldilocks lowered her eyes gratefully, because looking too far ahead meant imagining all the miles still waiting. Her boots were no longer fit for such care. One heel had split, and every step worried a blister to life. Hunger made her clumsy, cold made her slow, and shame kept her moving whenever she might otherwise have sat down and wept. When she saw the smoke, she stopped. It rose beyond the trees in a pale thread, almost invisible against the morning sky. Then the branches thinned, and there it was, a small, steep roof, dark shingles, and a chimney giving up the last breath of a banked fire. The cottage was modest and well kept, with weathered timber walls, a low gate, and late flowers bowed with dew beside the threshold. It looked warm. More painfully, it looked as though the people inside knew where they would sleep that night. The sensible part of her told her to pass by. Smoke meant occupants, and occupants meant questions she could not bear to answer. If she knocked, they might ask where she had come from, who waited for her, and why she had nothing left but a satchel and a story she could not yet tell. She went to the gate, telling herself she would only look, then only rest by the step, then leave if no one answered. These small permissions led her forward until her hand rested on the latch. At the door, she smelled wood smoke and something warm beneath it, grainy and sweet, like oats cooked slowly with milk. The door was not fully shut. When she touched it, it shifted inward at once. No bolt, no answering footstep, only the small sigh of hinges. Goldilocks whispered a useless apology into the quiet, because the room beyond already felt inhabited by care. Inside, the cottage held the gray gold of early morning. A low fire breathed warmth into the room. By the door hung 3 coats, and beneath them stood 3 pairs of boots, large, middle-sized, and small. Goldilocks noticed the order before she understood what it meant. 3 coats, 3 pairs of boots, 3 lives shaped around the same doorway. At the center of the room stood a table with 3 wooden bowls, each with a spoon resting beside it. Steam rose in delicate threads. The largest bowl was dark with use, the middle one carved with a worn band, and the smallest, lighter than the others, chipped near one edge. Goldilocks looked at them, and the ache in her stomach answered. What stopped her was not curiosity, but the smallest kindness the room offered. 3 bowls waited on the table, each holding a different answer to her hunger. Before Goldilocks touched the first spoon, she listened once more for movement beyond the door. Nothing came, only birdsong, the hush of the hearth, and the slow, cooling breath of porridge. She told herself she would take only enough to steady herself. 1 spoonful, perhaps 2. But hunger leaned her forward too quickly, and the first bite from the largest bowl burned her tongue with fierce heat. She set the spoon down too quickly, and it clicked against the rim. Her eyes filled from the sting rather than sadness, and she drew a careful breath through her nose. The bowl had done nothing but remain what it was. Too hot for her, though perhaps perfect for the one who had poured it. Or soon perfect, once patience had done its ordinary work. She reached next for the middle bowl, more cautiously now. Its steam had faded almost entirely, and when she placed her palm near it, the warmth was faint. The spoon moved through it with a sluggish drag. This porridge had cooled faster, spread wider in the bowl, and the first mouthful carried no comfort with it. It was not unpleasant in any strong way. That was almost worse. It sat on her tongue, thick and dull, its sweetness hidden, its grain heavy from standing too long. She swallowed because her body demanded food, but there was no easing in it, no softening of the hollow place beneath her ribs. The smallest bowl stood closest to the hearth. Its surface had filmed over lightly, but beneath that thin skin, the porridge still held warmth. Goldilocks broke it with the spoon and watched the steam rise, softer than before, no longer warning her away. She lifted the spoon slowly and blew once, only once, then touched it to her lips. The warmth entered her mouth without pain. It spread gently over the burn left by the first bowl and softened the heaviness left by the second. The grain was tender. The milk had thickened around it. The honey was modest but present, a small golden roundness at the end of the mouthful. She closed her eyes before she meant to. It was not delight exactly. Delight belonged to people with enough safety to make a ceremony of pleasure. This was quieter and more bodily. The porridge arrived where it was needed. It settled the shaking in her middle and gave her something warm to keep. She took another spoonful, then another, and for the first time in days, hunger loosened its grip. When the bowl was nearly empty, she stopped. The last spoonful remained, cooling in a shallow curve at the bottom. Leaving it seemed important, though she could not have explained why. It was not enough to make right what she had done, but it was something, a sign that she had not forgotten herself entirely. She placed the spoon across the bowl, then sat with both hands around the wood, feeling the heat fade into her palms. Her tongue still smarted. Her stomach no longer felt hollow. Between those two sensations, pain and relief, she found a narrow steadiness. She stood and returned the small bowl to the table. The motion made her aware again of her body, less empty now, but no less tired. The food had steadied her hunger, not restored her strength. Her legs trembled under the weight of standing, and the floor seemed to tilt slightly before it settled. She reached for the largest chair, not meaning to sit, only to guide herself around the table. But the firm back beneath her palm made her pause. This time she sat more fully. The chair received her with a low wooden complaint, and then became still. Its seat was hard beneath her, flat and unyielding. The back rose straight and high, pressing her shoulders forward unless she arranged herself exactly. A person could sit there to think, perhaps, or to carve, or to mend a tool, or to speak slowly across the table with both feet planted wide. It was not a chair for collapsing into. It was a chair with habits. It held a shape and expected the body that came to it to do the same. Goldilocks tried to obey it for several breaths. She set her feet flat. She straightened her spine. She placed her hands on her knees. The posture made her feel like someone waiting to be judged. After the road, after the hunger, after the heat of the porridge on her tongue, the chair's firmness was too much. It gave no forgiveness to sagging shoulders or aching bones. It was solid, certainly. It was reliable, perhaps, but it did not know what to do with weariness as complete as hers. She rose from it with a quiet exhale, leaving the chair to its own stern peace. The middle chair seemed kinder from a distance. Its cushion held the promise of softness, faded cloth stretched over wool that had been pressed and mended and pressed again. Goldilocks lowered herself into it with a care learned from pain. At once, the cushion yielded. For one breath, she thought she had found relief. Then it kept yielding. Her hips sank unevenly, one side lower than the other, and the softened stuffing shifted away from the places that needed it most. The back of the chair bowed under her shoulders, not enough to break, but enough to make her feel unsupported in a new way. She tried adjusting herself. She moved forward, then back, then tucked one foot beneath the other. The chair answered each effort with a soft shift and a tired sigh of fabric. It had been comfortable once, perhaps very comfortable, but its comfort had learned the shape of someone else. It did not reject her. It simply could not hold her evenly. She felt herself sliding into a hollow not made by her own life, and the sensation unsettled her more than the hard chair had. Too rigid had been simple. Too soft was harder to resist, because it seemed at first like mercy. The smallest chair waited nearest the hearth. It looked too slight to trust, and too intimate to touch. Its legs smoothed by small feet, and its arms polished where small hands had gripped them. After the stern chair and the exhausted cushion, Goldilocks hesitated before it longer than she had hesitated before either of the others. Still, her knees were shaking. She lowered herself slowly, almost asking permission with the care of the movement. The chair received her exactly as it had before. Its seat met her at the right height. Its back touched the tired place between her shoulders without pressing. Her feet settled on the floorboards, and the warmth from the hearth brushed her left side. Nothing strained at first. Nothing slid away. The fit was so precise, so unexpectedly gentle, that she forgot for several breaths to feel ashamed. Then the chair shifted. It was a small movement, hardly more than a familiar give in one joint, but she felt it clearly. The right rear leg settled into a groove worn by years of use, and the seat tilted a fraction. Goldilocks opened her eyes. For another moment, the chair held, though not as firmly as before. It had taken her weight, but it had not been made for the way she had surrendered herself to it. She sat very still, as if stillness could repair the strain. The wood answered with another soft sound. She rose at once, too quickly for her tired legs, and caught the table edge to steady herself. The chair remained standing, but altered. One joint loosened, one side leaning slightly lower than before. It was not ruined, but it would need mending before it could be trusted again. Goldilocks stared at it with a grief out of proportion to the damage. The chair had held her exactly right, and because it had done so, she had asked too much of it. She rose slowly. Her strength was beginning to ebb again, not from hunger now, but from the weight of being awake to herself. At the far side of the room, one of the small windows looked out over the side garden, where dew still clung to low leaves. The glass was old and faintly uneven. Morning light gathered there in a pale square, and as Goldilocks crossed towards it, she saw movement in the pane before she understood it was her own. She stopped. The reflection was dim, layered over the trees beyond, but clear enough. A young woman stood in the cottage window, with damp hair tangled around her face, cheeks hollowed by travel, lips reddened where hot porridge had touched them too soon. Her coat hung badly from her shoulders. One sleeve was torn near the cuff. A smear of mud marked the edge of her jaw, where she must have brushed it without noticing. For a moment, Goldilocks looked at this person as if she had found another stranger in the house. It had been a long time since she had seen her own face without hurrying past it. On the road, water showed only fragments. A cheek in a horse trough before the surface broke. A flash of eyes in a rain barrel. The blurred shape of hair in a stream moving too quickly to hold anything still. She had avoided looking when she could. Weariness did not need a mirror. Hunger did not need one either. But here, in this quiet room, the window held her long enough that she could not pretend she was only movement and need. She lowered her hand from the window. The glass kept a faint mark where her fingers had warmed it. For a moment, she watched that small cloud fade. It disappeared slowly, returning the pain to its old, wavering clarity. And with it went the brief proof that she had touched something. Goldilocks turned back towards the room. The 3 bowls waited on the table. The 3 chairs stood in their uneven arrangement. One too stern, one too soft, one gently altered by having held her. Nothing in the cottage accused her aloud. Nothing forgave her either. It simply showed her, with a plainness she could not escape, that every place was shaped by those who lived there, and every borrowed comfort left a mark. The passage drew her before she had decided to follow it. Goldilocks should have gone back to the door, taken up her satchel, and stepped into the morning before the owners returned. But between that thought and the first step towards safety lay the whole weight of her weariness. She was not carrying it anymore. She was inside it. Beyond the main room, a narrow passage led deeper into the cottage. Goldilocks had noticed it before, without truly seeing it. Now it seemed to call, with the plain promise of elsewhere. She stood at its mouth and listened. No footstep crossed the threshold. No voice rose from the garden. Behind her, the porridge bowls cooled. The altered chair waited, and the road waited beyond the door. Ahead, the passage held a dimmer quiet, touched by cedar and clean wool. At the end of the passage was a room with 3 beds. The door stood open. Morning entered through a low window and laid a pale rectangle across the floor. Dust moved in the light with almost no hurry. The room was simple, but not bare. A chest at the foot of the largest bed, a small rug beside the middle one, and near the smallest, a shelf holding a carved wooden bird, a smooth stone, and 3 acorns in a careful row. Goldilocks stopped just inside the doorway. The sight of beds after so many nights without one made her throat tighten. The largest bed stood nearest the inner wall, broad and square, with its thick blanket pulled straight. Goldilocks sat on the edge. The mattress barely shifted. When she lay down, it met every sore place with the same unbending certainty. Her hip found no give. Her shoulder rested too high. Her neck tipped at an angle that made her jaw tighten. It was clean, steady, and carefully kept, but it was made for sleep that arrived after honest work, not for a stranger whose tiredness had frayed into ache. After 3 breaths, she pushed herself upright again. The middle bed retained beneath the window. Its blanket was softer, folded back at one corner, as if someone had left in a thoughtful hurry and meant to return before long. A faint scent of dried leaves clung to it, mixed with wool warmed by many nights. Goldilocks touched the coverlet with the backs of her fingers. The fabric gave at once, plush and yielding, and a part of her almost sighed before she had even climbed in. She sat, then lay down carefully, drawing her knees a little towards herself. At first, the softness seemed a kindness beyond measure. The mattress rose around her shoulder and hip, taking the shape of her with an eager generosity. Then it kept taking. Her body sank too deeply, folding her inward until her breath felt crowded. The pillow shifted under her cheek and swallowed the side of her face. The blanket was warm but heavy, and its warmth gathered too quickly around her, making the room feel smaller. She turned once, then again, trying to find a place where the softness supported rather than surrounded. But every movement drew her farther into a hollow that was not her own. The smallest bed stood in the corner, where the morning light did not fall directly, but reached after touching the floor first. It was narrow and low, with a frame rubbed smooth at the edges, and a blanket patched in 2 places with cloth of a darker color. The pillow was flattened in the middle. The sheet had been tucked in carefully, though one side had worked loose in the ordinary way of beds that are slept in by someone who turns and dreams and wakes reluctantly. Goldilocks looked at it and felt the same unease she had felt with the small bowl and the small chair. It belonged to someone, most clearly because it was least impressive. Its very plainness made it intimate. She meant only to sit on the edge. That was the bargain she made with herself. She would not disturb the sheet. She would rest her feet for a count of 20, perhaps 30, and then she would rise. But the bed was low enough that sitting did not jar her knees, and the frame did not creak in protest. The mattress dipped beneath her with a small, familiar give, neither resisting nor swallowing. It seemed to understand weight as something ordinary, not a demand, not an intrusion. Simply a body arriving at the end of its strength. Goldilocks placed one hand on the blanket. It was worn soft in exactly the places a hand might fall while waking, and faintly rougher near the foot, where the weave had held against many restless nights. The scent rose gently when she touched it, cedar from the chest or the walls, wool dried in clean air, and beneath both of those, something faintly sweet that reminded her of honey without being honey itself. Not perfume, not anything chosen to please a guest. Only the smell of someone else's ordinary life. Sleep after sleep, morning after morning, made quiet in cloth. She should have stood then. Instead, she lay back, slowly, promising herself that lying down was not the same as sleeping. Her head found the pillow. Her shoulders settled. Her feet no longer had to hold themselves against the floor. The bed was not perfect in any grand or polished way. It was simply proportioned to the rest she needed. It met her where she ended. She would close her eyes only for a moment, long enough to rest them from the light, to soften the sting behind them, to gather the strength to rise and set some part of the room right before she left. Her lashes lowered. Darkness came gently, without threat. She remained aware of the bed beneath her, the blanket near her hand, the smell of cedar and wool, and the faint warmth still living in her after the porridge. Then awareness thinned. It was the first deep sleep she had found since leaving. Not the broken half-sleep of hedgerows, where every snapped twig called her back. Not the shallow doze of sitting upright beneath an archway, one hand locked around the strap of her satchel. Not the feverish drifting that came with hunger, full of remembered voices and sudden waking. This sleep had no dream in it, no corridor to escape, no face she had to answer, no rain coming through. It held her without showing her anything, and that emptiness was kinder than any dream could have been. The morning continued around her. Sunlight that had first lain at the edge of the bedroom floor crept farther in, crossing one board, then another, brightening the grain where many bare feet had polished it smooth. The dust in the light turned slowly, each speck rising and falling in currents too faint to feel. On the shelf, the carved wooden bird cast a small shadow that shortened as the sun climbed. The 3 acorns remained in their careful row. Nothing hurried because she slept. Nothing paused because she had entered the room. Outside, the birds changed their voices. The thin brightness of dawn gave way to fuller morning calls, then to the more scattered notes that come when the day has properly begun. A wren scolded from the hedge. A blackbird answered from farther off, less urgent now than it had been at sunrise. Wings moved through leaves with soft, dry flickers where the dew had begun to lift. The forest path, which had carried Goldilocks to the cottage in gray light, warmed under a higher sun. In the main room, the porridge cooled completely. The steam vanished from all three bowls. The spoon beside the largest lay where she had set it after burning her tongue. The middle bowl sat heavy and dulled. The smallest held its single remaining spoonful, a pale crescent at the bottom, thickening as time passed. The chairs waited in their slight disturbance, the largest drawn back, the middle cushion creased, the smallest leaning with its loosened joint. The hearth settled into ash. Warmth became memory. As the sun climbed, the cottage changed by degrees. The bright shape on the floor grew shorter and stronger. Shadows drew inward. The cedar warmed in the wood. The blanket took on her sleeping heat. Beyond the window, leaves that had glittered with dew turned plain green in the day. The cottage, cool and expectant that morning, settled into the stillness before noon. By the time the three bears returned, the cottage had already begun telling its story. They came back along the forest path when the sun stood higher than the roofline, unhurried and familiar with every bend. Papa Bear walked first, steady and broad. Mama Bear followed with a sprig of wild thyme in one paw. Baby Bear came last, still looking for beetles, feathers, and small bright things among the leaves. At the gate, Papa Bear noticed the door. It was not wide open or broken, only a little more ajar than they had left it. In a house made from quiet habits, that small difference mattered. Mama Bear came to stand beside him. Baby Bear looked up from the gatepost when neither of them moved. Mama Bear noticed the satchel first. It sat beside their boots, dusty and slight, set down with care rather than thrown aside. Mud had dried near the threshold. The air still held porridge, ash, cedar, and wool. But beneath them was something unfamiliar. Rain on cloth, road dust, and a human presence, faint but clear. Papa Bear went to the table. His bowl had been stirred, and the spoon rested at a careful but unfamiliar angle. He touched the rim and said softly that someone had tasted his breakfast while it was still too hot. Mama Bear looked at her own bowl, where only a little had been taken, and saw that someone had tried hers and left it. Baby Bear peered into the smallest bowl, where one spoonful remained, and after a moment said that whoever had eaten from it must have been very hungry. The chairs told the next part of the story. Papa Bear's had been drawn back. Mama Bear's cushion held a faint crease. Baby Bear's small chair leaned at one loosened joint, not ruined, but needing care. None of them raised their voices. The signs did not speak of mischief. They spoke of someone trying, briefly and clumsily, to fit. Papa Bear straightened. "Whoever came here is still here," he said. From the passage came the smallest sound of breathing, slow and even, drawn from sleep so deep it had forgotten to be afraid. The three bears turned together towards the bedroom. They went quietly down the passage. The largest bed was slightly disturbed, and the middle bed had been smoothed by apologetic hands. In the smallest bed, Goldilocks lay asleep on her side, one hand near her cheek, the other resting on the patched blanket. Mud had dried on her boots. Her tangled hair spread across the pillow, and in sleep, her face looked younger than the road had made it seem. They had found a stranger in the smallest bed, but what they saw first was not trespass. It was exhaustion. The mud on her boots, the loosened chair, the nearly empty bowl downstairs, and the way she slept without guarding herself, all belonged to the same story. For a moment, no one moved. Papa Bear stood with one paw resting against the doorframe. Mama Bear looked from the sleeping girl to the blanket beneath her hand. Baby Bear stepped closer, then stopped when Mama Bear touched his shoulder. The room held all four of them in a stillness so complete that even the birds outside seemed far away. They could have filled that stillness with anger. They could have made themselves large and loud. Instead, they let the quiet remain long enough for another choice to appear. Goldilocks woke slowly. At first, she knew only that she was warm, and that the bed beneath her was not the ground. Then she felt the weight of being watched. Her eyes opened, and the room returned in pieces. The patched blanket, the low window, the three shapes standing near the door. Fear rose in her so quickly that she drew in a sharp breath and pushed herself upright. But no one came towards her. No one shouted. The smallest bear only looked at her with wide, solemn curiosity. Goldilocks opened her mouth to apologize, and the words tangled with sleep and shame. She was sorry. She had meant to leave. She had been walking for a long time. The explanation was small beside what she had disturbed, but Mama Bear listened, as if small truths were still worth hearing. Papa Bear asked whether she was hurt. Baby Bear asked whether the porridge had helped. At that, Goldilocks looked down at her hands and nodded. Then Mama Bear said they would mend the chair. Papa Bear said the porridge could be warmed again. Baby Bear, after a careful pause, said she could use his chair if she sat gently. Goldilocks looked from one face to the next, still waiting for the moment to turn sharp. But it did not. The house had been entered and changed and made untidy. Yet it had not become unsafe. It had only become awake to someone else's need. So she followed them back to the main room. Papa Bear opened the door a little wider to let in the mild air. Mama Bear set a pot near the fire and stirred fresh warmth into the porridge. Baby Bear dragged his mended chair closer to the table, watching it carefully, as if asking it to be brave. A fourth place was made without ceremony, not grandly and not forever, but truly enough for that morning. Goldilocks sat where they showed her, with both feet on the floor and both hands around a real bowl. The porridge was warm, not too hot and not too cold. The chair held. The door stayed open behind them, letting the forest breathe softly at the threshold. Outside, the path continued into the trees, but for a little while, no one asked her to take it. The cottage settled back into its rhythm, still shaped by 3 bowls, 3 chairs, and 3 beds, but now quietly making room for a 4th.